to be associated with this cause. So thank you for embracing yourself being here. Thank you to all the TVET colleges, the council members, the CEOs, the principals, the senior management, student leadership, students who've traveled from our TVET colleges all over our country. Similarly to the community education training colleges, to the council chairs, to the principals, and to the senior leadership and students who are here. To all the CETA CEOs, I met Elaine and everyone, all the CEOs of CETAs and the senior leadership. I also wanted to acknowledge the presence of all our entities, National Skills Fund, NSFAS, and others who are part of this meeting. Thank you for coming. To all my colleagues in DSI, HSRC colleagues, and everybody who is here. Critically, I am joined by a fantastic friend, Dr. Kanaka, who is from the Men's Parliament and the sector leader for men. And he brings the diversity, who leads men in the religious sectors, men in the higher educations, men in probably every schools and every sphere. So thank you, Dr. Kanaka and the Men's Parliament and your delegation. We really welcome you up here. It's an important day for us. It's a day where we want to, it's not a summit for us. For me, it's not a summit. It's a hope for a change. It's something we want to really inculcate in our culture going forward. We truly believe in higher health, what we are doing today, what we are going to be addressing today. So yes, you all have gathered today, but there's a purpose to this gathering. If you look at the data, whether you talk about higher health data, HSRC's data, MRC's data, legislative data, gender-based violence is very high in South Africa. 1 in 3 young women before the age of 21 get sexually violated. There's something wrong in this country. And when we start looking at the cause of the problem, we start finding the reasons of the problem. And data suggests, you should look at currently our judicial cases, you look at police stations, you look at where the perpetrators are, you will really find that men is one of the biggest challenge, and its behaviors are one of the biggest challenge. And if that is the problem, then men should be part of the solution. So transforming mentalities means the men has to raise up their hands. So this is the aim, to discuss around what we must do. What should we do? The whole day we will debate about what are the best practices the world is seeing, best practices South Africa is having, and what we must do in order to overcome a problem that really puts South Africa back. Our economy, our systems, our families. So I will leave with one thought, and that is a hope. A hope of one day where we will say children are not born of single parents. A hope of one day where our real South Africa in rural South Africa, in townships, have parents. A child will see both father and a mother. A child will get educated because both parents are around the child, and a new generation will be born, which will be away from abuse, and that generation will start becoming good citizens. But that generation that I'm telling you can only happen if we change, and we start becoming the hope for them, because we are a stage where either of some of you are going to become parents, or some of us are parents. And some of our men who have to take the role of being a father, a son, and a role of being a good citizen in this country. So colleagues, let's debate this together. Let's learn from each other. Let's look at this as a cause, but I'm equally grateful you could all come. So thank you, and thank you very much.
I need help. Maybe I don't. Thanks. Oh, there you are. Okay, that was easy. Thanks, Ramnik. Thanks, Ramnik. Good morning, Dumelang, Sanbonani. My name is Sarah Musweta from the Human Sciences Research Council. esteemed guests, I want to acknowledge all leaders in our sector, in our society. I also want to acknowledge our DDGs present here, and particularly our DG, Dr. Mjwaha, who has been leading us, has been supporting us, also holding us accountable to make sure that this day happens, and we are here, and DG, we are grateful for your leadership and for holding us accountable. As we are starting this morning, some of you who don't know our DG, he's a stickler for time. He wants things done on time and perfectly so. So as we were starting this morning, he reminded us that we must start on time, and we must indeed be a leading department in making sure that things happen as they need to. May I also take this opportunity. I have not seen him. I was going to acknowledge him later. He's right here. He's right here. He's right here. DG, I always say this to my former employer in NIHSS, who I think they are present in the room, that I have been privileged to work with you in a number of years, and today is no different. I want to acknowledge DG, Dr. Sishi, who has been supporting, who has been leading us in this cause, and I don't want to say more about how our ministers address later on. It was about a year ago, and I also want to say this. It was about a year ago where the minister came up with this idea of transforming mentalities. It is unusual sometimes in many parts of the world, certainly not in our country, for the minister to come up with brilliant ideas. I want all of you to know, as we stand here with Ramnik, this is the minister's idea. And he will articulate this idea later on. And my space here is not to in any way articulate the vision and the visionary that he always sets for all of us present here. I want to acknowledge Ramnik, and Ramnik, there's an ongoing joke about how not to pronounce your surname, and I will not do that. Professor Ramnik and team have done an exceptional work working behind the scenes in making sure that this day is what it is, and it is a success. And to you and your team, Ramnik, we are grateful. I want to maybe conclude by saying the following in relation to our program today that we have worked on with our DGs, as I had introduced them earlier on. Your presence here, all of you, for me and for us, reflects your commitment to addressing critical issues related to gender equality, particularly transforming mentalities. It is heartwarming to see so many young men in the room, and I'm particularly pleased to see the orange t-shirts right in the center of the room. You are welcome, and your role in this summit is acknowledged, and it is important. For me, it is about us taking the course of collaborating, of learning from one another, and inspire the change that will resonate far beyond these walls of Birchwood. I want to thank all of you for being a part of this meaningful journey. I look forward to learning from you, all the speakers who are going to be addressing us today, but also all your inputs. I also look forward to having many conversations during tea break and lunchtime on the importance of changing masculinities. Most importantly, I'm looking forward, and you should also be looking forward, to our minister's address as he articulates this vision that he set out almost a year ago. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Sarah. Well, to also give us a little bit more context in terms of the work done by Higher Health, particularly when it looks at the launch and the campaign and the work behind getting this stakeholder engagement really to the point where we get to implement as we're doing this morning, may I kindly request that you turn to the screens for a short video. Should be about 5 minutes. So that's just going to give us some full context to the whole premise of today, as well as the work that gets done behind the scenes, and then I'll come back in just a while.
It's very important that as a sector we play a very crucial role to mobilize all the men in our sector, especially the young men, the students in particular. We need to reach out wherever men and young boys are, whether it's in school or in sports. Nasentabeni, is it progressive what you tell them, or is it reinforcing masculinity?
Transforming mentality is just not a summit. It's a call for action. It's a call for change. Please join us at Birchwood on the 29th of August, 2023, to the Transforming Mentality Summit. The Transforming Mentality Summit is a start of a new change in society. Is a vision of our Honorable Minister, Dr. Blade Nzimande. It's his call of action where we would like men to transform. A vision to bring men to introspect, to realize if they are one of the big reasons of gender-based violence, then they need to be part of the solution to end gender-based violence. So we call on men to come and be part of the change. Transforming mentality is just not a summit. It's a call for action. It's a call for change. Please join us at Birchwood on the 29th of August, 2023, to the Transforming Mentality Summit.
I'm so pleased today to be officially launching the Department of Higher Education and Training Civic Education and Health Skills Program, which is a momentous day for the advancement of education here in South Africa and across the entire African continent. This program is one of its kind in the world. It's going to be offered in all the 12 official languages. It's going to contribute to voter education, but much more importantly, to civic responsibilities and responsible citizens. Another important element of this core curriculum is to address the issue of gender-based violence. So this course, I have no doubt, is gonna contribute in developing the kind of consciousness that we need.
As a citizen, what are your responsibilities? What's your contribution to society, apart from asking what can the country actually do for you?
We don't have enough social workers. We don't have enough psychologists, medical practitioners, psychiatrists. But what this program is doing is that it's bridging a very important gap in helping our communities out of distress. Let us be each other's helpers even before we find professional help.
Education is empowerment, and the best way one can do is through education. We come up with the first of its kind in Africa, probably globally, to come up with a qualification which is accredited, quality assured on civic education. It teaches civic education, building a good citizen. It talks about stigmatized problems in our human society, mental health, gender-based violence, HIV, sexual reproductive health. It talks about drugs and alcohol addiction and how deep it is. We need to ensure our youth is resilient, is strong to face the future world. the changing world, and for that, human sentiments are very critical, human values are very critical. This curriculum is the first in an African continent, in the global world, that is built on 12 languages, including the sign language. The vision is every South African citizen should do civic education curriculum. It's a very easy qualification. It's built on a basic literacy level. You can be in a CET college just at an NQF level 1 or 2. You do not need to be matric, and you can join this curriculum and go straight to NQF level 5 through community engagement. Learning in your own language that you're confident. Every employer is looking for a good citizen with good attitude, because that's how a country will grow, a business will grow, an economy will grow, a family will grow. So this curriculum is for everyone.
Welcome to the Higher Health Civic and Health Peer Education Skills Program. This online course equips you with essential skills in peer education. Accredited and flexible, it can be completed in an academic year or just 6 months. NQF Level 5, 30 credits, and 300 notional hours await you. With 6 comprehensive modules and interactive online learning, this course is inclusive for all PSET students and lecturers. Dive into civic engagement and peer education. Tackle gender-based violence and equality. Explore mental health challenges. Promote disability understanding. Prevent communicable diseases. And address alcohol and substance abuse while building resilience. Coming soon. Module 7 focuses on climate change, indigenous knowledge, and environmental health. Assess your progress with practical interactions, group projects, risk assessments, module tests, an online examination, and a final integrated summative assessment task. All you need is an email address, a device with internet connectivity, and data to access the course. Enroll in the Higher Health Civic and Health Peer Education Skills Program and empower communities, promote health, and create a brighter future. Together, we'll make a difference.
Welcome to Transforming Mentalities, Breaking Gender Barriers and Promoting Equality. Today, we explore how men and boys are reshaping societal norms to create a world of equality. Including men and boys in the fight against gender-based violence is crucial. They are not only the problem, but an integral part of the solution. It's time for you to have your say. Join a discussion forum and share your thoughts. A groundbreaking report titled Transforming Mentalities, Gender Equality and Masculinities in India sheds light on the transformative power of gender equality. Taking inspiration from the UNESCO initiative, South Africa's Minister Nzimande is leading the launch of the Transforming Mentality program tailored to the South African context with a specific focus on the PSET sector. This program aims to address toxic masculinity, gender inequality, and women's emancipation. Minister Nzimande emphasizes that gender equality, women's emancipation, and the fight against gender-based violence and femicide cannot be won without the support of boys and men. It is essential to work with men and boys in all communities to reshape harmful stereotypes and pave the way for a safer and more equal future. Toxic masculinity perpetuates harmful norms and behaviors. Men and boys can counter it by developing empathy, compassion, and healthy relationships based on respect and consent. By mobilizing men and boys, we can create a future free from biases, violence, and discrimination. Join the conversation, challenge harmful norms, and support the Transforming Mentalities program. Mobilizing men and boys to champion a world free of biases, stereotypes, violence, and discrimination is the ultimate goal of the Transforming Mentalities initiative in the PSET sector. This collective effort makes a significant contribution towards achieving gender equality. Join us and be the change. Together, we can create a future where everyone can live in safety and respect.
Depression is a common but serious illness that affects millions of people worldwide. It is essential to recognize the signs and symptoms of depression and seek help if needed. Left untreated, depression can have severe consequences, including the risk of suicide. Depression is often caused by a combination of factors, leading to a chemical imbalance in our brains. This imbalance affects our mood, thoughts, and overall well-being. When experiencing depression, everyday tasks can become incredibly challenging. If you or someone you know is struggling with depression, you may notice several common signs and symptoms. These symptoms may include lack of interest and pleasure in daily activities, unexplained weight loss or gain, sleep disturbances, either insomnia or excessive sleeping, persistent lack of energy or fatigue, difficulty concentrating and maintaining focus, feelings of worthlessness and guilt, recurring thoughts of death or suicide. Remember, the symptoms of depression can vary from person to person, but it's crucial to pay attention to any persistent changes in mood, behavior, or overall well-being. If you or someone you know is experiencing these symptoms, it's essential to seek professional help. There are various effective treatments available, including therapy and medication, that can help manage and alleviate depression. Additionally, there are self-care strategies that can complement professional treatment. These may include regular exercise, engaging in activities you enjoy, practicing relaxation techniques, and building a strong support network of friends and family. Remember, you are not alone in your battle against depression. Reach out for help, and together, we can overcome the challenges and find hope for a brighter future. If you or someone you know is in crisis, please reach out to a helpline or mental health professional. Please call the Higher Health 24-hour crisis helpline 0800 363636.
Full contextual understanding in terms of the significance of this morning into the afternoon's proceedings. Now, colleagues, we're going to go into a plenary session that's also going to be partnered with a presentation from Professor Aluwala, who is, of course, the Higher Health CEO. This particular session is going to be moderated by Ms. Tembisa Futsanu, who's the DDG, obviously with the DHET, as well as Mr. Imran Patel, who's the DG of the DSI. Now, I'm going to request, colleagues, that we begin at 9:30, which will be in about 30 seconds' time. However, with that, we have a hard stop at about 10:20 to allow you for tea time between 10:20 and 10:40. Is that okay? So in that way, we're able just to make time as well. So those that are going to be facilitating, moderating this conversation, please just bear in mind that I would request a hard stop of 10:20. I'll also come up just to encourage you to start wrapping. As soon as you see me coming up onto the podium, that's your method of encouragement. Don't make me stand next to you, colleagues. But it's a very pertinent time that we get to really engage in our first plenary session with us looking at stakeholder responses as well as inputs towards transforming mentalities. Please welcome onto the podium Ms. T. Futsanu, who's our DDG, our moderator, alongside Mr. Imran Patel, and of course to give us a presentation on the GBV policy framework as well as implementation of protocols. Please welcome back Professor Aluwala, Higher Health CEO, and of course we've also got our panelist from USEF, Ms. Jerome September, SAPCO President, Ms. Zodwa Kula. We've also got from CETA Forum, Ms. Elaine Brass. We also got SAWU's president, Ms. Yandisa Nzoyiya, as well as SG, which is Mr. Walile Mkwali. Everybody, won't you just come up to the podium? Let me just check that everybody's got a place to sit. Yes, it seems as though everything is going. Won't you just give them an encouragement as they're coming up? It's not easy having to moderate these sessions and obviously have some time. So, moderators, it is all yours. Then we will reconvene at 10:20 for tea time. Colleagues, do enjoy, and moderators, I hand it over to you.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks, Faith. As you've given us the marching orders to have a hard stop at 10:20, let me start by firstly committing to the change. I think at the end of the day, we would want everyone to think about how they can be part of this change that we need so desperately, and which will be highlighted during the course of the day. The program this morning is to get key commitments, views from stakeholders in the post-school education and training sector. But to kick off, we would quickly ask, and Ramnik has promised to just focus on 2 slides, just to talk about the PSET DHET gender-based violence framework, and then I will call on my co-moderator, Tembisa Fuchani, to highlight the 2 questions that we want each of the panelists to address, including introducing themselves. So let me start by inviting Prof. Ramnik to the stage to quickly take us through the presentation.
Colleagues, my job is very simple. It's just 2 slides on the gender-based violence policy framework of our own government department, which is Department of Higher Education Training. I think it's very important that the discussions today also keep cognizance of the National Strategic Plan of the President on gender-based violence, keeps in line with the policy that the department has put together. And I think following this is a number of implementation deliverables that are happening. I'm not too sure if the slides will be played. As I said, I will quickly go. There's one thing I wanted to say, that even today, 55% of males in higher education, which is very tertiary students, highly educated young people, and 54% of females still think that sexual violence does not include forcing sex with someone you know. These are the kind of behaviors that we're going to be talking today about. And I think when we develop the policy, which is the Bible for us to follow, which is launched by our minister in July 2020, for us, this is the first African government departmental policy on gender-based violence. If you look at the CHE reports, you look at the MRC's report, you look at many reports, sex for marks, sex for education, sex for jobs, we are not safe as parents sending our children sometimes to our post-school education when they have to become victims of gender-based violence. And I think this policy is a brave decision of our minister and a brave decision of the government to say accountability needs to be put. Which means, I know people will say it's just a document, just a policy, but at the end it puts KPIs. It puts investments from institutions. It puts responsibilities. It makes governance easy if gender-based violence is now put as a KPI across all our institutions. 3 big goals: making an enabling environment, focusing on prevention so that no new cases of GBV should happen on us or our campuses, and of course, providing support and assistance to our survivors. Following this, a task team was created. This is an inclusive task team led by Professor Lenkabula, SAPCO, all our DDGs in the Department of Higher Education, to all branches, but most importantly, SAPS, National Prosecuting Authority, South African Police Service, South African Medical Research Council, survivors, peer educators, and most importantly, civil society. The reason why we wanted to make everybody come is higher education still remains a microcosm of a bigger society. We cannot sort judicial problems alone. We need to work with NPA and SAPS. So starts a journey of a survivor. So a procedural guideline which speaks about what happens if a student is sexually violated or a staff is sexually violated. What does the journey starts in the post-school education? From where she is sexually violated in the campus, role of campus security, securing the evidence, making sure that the young life is looked after, a comfort room, a responsible office that comes into play, psychosocial support. How can she be escorted to a South African police service? How can National Prosecuting Authority work then with the institution in protecting that life? So these are number of things that have to happen once a case is just reported, which means a human life needs to be put first. And that is exactly what procedural guidelines talk about. What is a disciplinary tribunal? What roles our institutions can play legislatively? Where we can't play a role, how do we work with South African Police Service or NPA to play a role? These are systems and controls we all have to follow procedurally. And I think protocol on rape, protocol on code of ethics, absolutely this year we had to revise all our policies and protocols because the new Sexual Offensive Act has come out and it has to be aligned to absolutely the new legislative requirements. So we just want to let you know these are protocols that Higher Health is advocating. We've this year released through our minister protocols on campus resident safety. We see the majority of GBV happening on campus residences. Drugs and alcohol. 65% of every case of gender-based violence in post-school education and in South Africa is preceded by drugs and alcohol. So we cannot solve gender-based violence in a policy if we do not solve the reasons of the GBV. So drugs and alcohol policy, private accommodation. Most of our young people are staying in private accommodation. So what's the protocol on private accommodation? This has been worked with the private accommodation. Higher Health is very blessed to have now a community of practice of all the resident directors, wardens, house mothers, and private accommodation. We're working very closely with them. Camprosa, I saw Camprosa team here, the very important role play with PSET, which is private security, on helping us putting campus safety and security. Audits will happen. Simple thing like a bathroom latch in a bathroom, in a sports complex where young women get sexually violated. Who checks there's a latch working there or a lock system working? Just a simple thing called lighting. We had one campus just outside, we had 10 cases every month, and we went and intervened to understand what was the problem. We found just outside the gate of a TVET college, there was no lights, and that led to the main hall, and then that is where the sexual violence was happening. With the intervention of putting lights, we reduced gender-based violence in that campus by 75%. So such small interventions makes a huge difference at the end of the day of our lives. Staff-student relationship. It is a huge one of the reasons of understanding. A huge protocol with an NPA called Statement of Complaint, evidence recording, whistleblowing protocols, staff-student travels, responsible office, and the list goes on. 8,748 brave academics, management, and service staff have been trained on these. I'm very grateful to all of you on this one. I'm equally grateful to the 10,000 peer educators of Higher Health, the unsung heroes of South Africa, who have taken this upon themselves, who every day dedicate their lives in our institution and campuses, saving lives every day. I just last want to inform you that thanks to our minister, over 12,682 cases of GBV were reported to Higher Health in the last 2 years. This is the reality of us. They don't want, these are partner violences, these are partner relationships. They do not need serious interventions of police. They wanted family interventions, they wanted coupled interventions. Thanks to our brave psychologists of Higher Health, our universities, our TVETs, who every day deal with this. Yes, we lose Oinene and we lose Nosikelo and we lose many, but 12,000 do get saved. But this has to grow further and further, and men needs to come together to save more lives. So the reality of our country is different to what we see. And the reality is today we need to embrace a difficult statistics. And lastly, in mental health, 53,619 young lives have asked for crisis help in the last 2 years. This is not small numbers. These are real South Africans and youth of our country asking us to do this summit and engage. With that note, thank you very much.
Thanks. Can I get the mic? Thanks. So without any further ado, let's move on to the panel discussion. I think before we ask the panelists to respond to the questions that DDG Fuchani will pose, if I can get from the right, if people can just spend a minute introducing themselves. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Lubabalu Andistanzoia, the President General of SAUS, student in Nelson Mandela. I'm from the Eastern Cape in the main. Thank you very much.
Greetings. My name is Wongani Mkwani, the Secretary General of SAFETSA. I'm a student of Umfolozi TVET College, currently staying at Richards Bay. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Zodwa Kula. I'm the Deputy President of SAPCO.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm Jerome September. I'm representing USAF here today, but substantially the Dean of Student Affairs at the University of the Witwatersrand, and also serve on the National Executive of SASAP, the Student Affairs Association for Senior Professionals.
A very good morning to everyone. My name is Elaine Brass. I'm the CEO of HWCETA, but representing the CETA's forum here today.
Good morning. Thank you very much to our panelists. Thank you to our program director. I also acknowledge both our DGs present here, DG Mjwaha and DG Dr. Mjwaha and DG Dr. Sishi. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, everyone present in the house, all protocol observed. And also in the interest of time, please allow me then to go straight into the discussions that we are going to have with the panel. I have two questions that I'm going to ask each panel member, and please allow me to ask both questions. They are interlinked, so you can be able to combine your responses as you respond to the two questions. Let me start with Yusuf, but also before I start, let me indicate that you have been carefully selected because of the role that you play in PSET, in the PSET sector, and because of the impact that you can have coming from not only this summit, but what we expect will happen post the summit, which is actually very, very important as well. So firstly, my first question to Yusuf, let me start with the issue of the message of support as a critical stakeholder to the PSET sector, as I've indicated. How can your organization assist with the achievement of the goals of the Transforming Mentalities Summit? And secondly, just very briefly, we have had a presentation now. Now, having had this presentation on the gender-based violence framework and the protocols, does your organization have a GBV policy and an implementation plan? And if it does have, how well is it working? And I would like you to please take that even beyond just organization and tell us how it filters through to the institutions, because that is very important for us. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for the question. Hello to everyone again. So I represent the Vice-Chancellor's body, really. And so USAF is a coordinating structure of Vice-Chancellors, and so the work it does is really sector-wide and goes into the various institutions through the heads of the institution, of course, the Vice-Chancellor. USAF also has a number of communities of practice and substructures through which particular areas are addressed. So if we look at gender-based harm, there's the community of practice in this one is not yet formalized, but it is an advanced conversation around that. And then, of course, there is a transformation structure, substructure. So when we look at policy formulation, it is really the policies at institutional level. And so institutions have policies, and of course the critique of those policies will tell us that depending on the institution, the depth, the scope, the mandate is different. And so I think part of what this forum brings us and the work that's happening in higher health is to begin to bring together in the sector really a common understanding, a common approach, a common language, and perhaps a common baseline of what the policy framework should be, of what policies should cover, and of course also what the consequences of some of the breaches ought to be. So you'll find some policies may speak to sexual harassment. Some policies are separated to the extent that there's a policy for staff and there's a policy for students, and there's not necessarily coherence in the two. And so what this does, it is really helps us to pull it all together and to have a sector-wide baseline standard common understanding of how we can move forward. I think it is also perhaps important to say that, of course, if you just look across the institutions, there's also a real issue around resourcing. And so how do we as a sector and as USAF grapple with resourcing, acknowledging the inequalities that exist in the broad system? And so how do we think perhaps more cleverly around doing that? Perhaps sharing of resources. So do we think about perhaps regional offices or things like those, so that we begin to also beyond the policy level resource this work and make sure that it's not policy that sits outside what is possible in terms of strategic programming, in terms of our approaches and the staffing. So do we support the summit? Do we support this work? Absolutely. This summit carries that support. I think it is important also, perhaps I should probably begin to wrap up, but I think it's also important perhaps USAF choosing a Dean of Student Affairs to represent it also speaks volumes to USAF's commitment. We just heard that the majority of cases are in the residences sector. And often residences fall within the domain of student affairs. And so how do we work with the student affairs sub-sector through SASAP, through NASDEF, through others to ensure that we really go in deep and we look at our residence cultures as perhaps a microcosm of institutional cultures, perhaps as a microcosm of our country. And so how do we go really deep and partner and journey? And then my last point, just quickly, in terms of the support, it's important that it's men in this conversation. Just a basic look across the sector, I think there's only around 6 women vice-chancellors. That means 20 universities are led by men. 20 senates where the academic agenda is set are led by men. I did a brief scan just across the sector the other night to look at the chairs of council, and I found, I think it was around 10 women who are chairs of council across the country. That means 16 men are leading councils who are setting policy, setting the agenda, prioritizing resourcing. And so it's important that we journey with men, and in the journeying with men, part of the call to action, it's also calling upon men to be more, to think deeper, to act differently, and to look deep within self and to become role models beyond just leaders of the sector. So USAF supports this initiative, and we look forward to working with Higher Health, with the ministry, with the department and all players around taking this work forward.
Thank you very much, Mr. September. There's something we're going to come back to, should time allow, because I just want to give each panelist 5 minutes first, based on what you've indicated, and also perhaps if DDG Patel would have something to add on. But it is concerning the stats that you are raising, and it's not only in universities. Community colleges, there are 9 community colleges, and only 1 female principal. The rest are male. You find a similar trend in our TVET colleges, where the majority of principals are male. But the issue that I would like a follow-up question on once we finish with all the panels is what you've touched on the consequences. Yes, policies are in place. What happens when those policies are not being implemented? If time allows. If I can now move on to Ms. Kula, who's the Deputy President of SAPCO, and also asking on the same questions in terms of the message of support. As a critical stakeholder, can you please share with this House how can SAPCO, responsible for the TVET colleges, assist with the achievement of goals of Transforming MENtalities Summit? And also, having also heard this presentation that was given here today on the GBV framework and the protocols, does SAPCO have a GBV policy, including an implementation plan? Is it working? And how is that policy filtering through to the institutions where it must make the change?
Thank you very much, Facilitator, who's our DDG. And once again, I would like to greet in particular our DG, Dr. Sishi, and all officials of the department who are present in this summit. Our organization, the South African Public College Organization, SAPCO, is committed to the growth and development of technical and vocational education and training, TVET colleges in South Africa. As the principal myself of Elangeni TVET College, I am pleased to be part of SAPCO mission to provide our students with quality education and training. SAPCO has implemented multiple initiatives to prioritize the well-being of our students in an effort to address the issue of mental health. Firstly, TVET colleges have implemented a comprehensive counseling and wellness program. This program provides professional counseling to students who may be experiencing mental health difficulties. In addition, we have designed awareness campaigns and seminars to educate our students on the significance of mental health and to equip them with coping mechanisms and resources. In addition, SAPCO has collaborated with Higher Health, a non-profit organization tasked with addressing the wellness and health concerns of students. This partnership has enabled us to gain access to additional resources and support for our mental health initiatives. Higher Health offers students counseling services and resources, reinforcing our efforts to address mental health issues. However, there is always room for improvement. To address the issue of mental health further, we believe a multifaceted approach is required. First, we must continue to invest in training capacity building for college staff in order to better meet the mental health requirements of students. This includes providing educators with seminars and opportunities for professional development to enhance their understanding of mental health and how to effectively address it in the college environment. In addition, we should work to strengthen our partnership with local mental health organizations and professionals. By collaborating with subject matter experts, we can ensure that our students have access to the highest quality care and support. This may involve establishing referral systems and creating avenues for students to seek professional assistance outside the institution if necessary. Counseling has much more to offer than is commonly believed. Typically, waiting lists are lengthy. Other measures must be taken to enhance mental health. Colleges can create a sacred space complete with elements that promote mental health, a space dedicated solely to this purpose. Finally, we must strive to reduce the stigma associated with mental health in our society. This can be accomplished through mental health awareness campaigns, community engagement, and nurturing open conversations by fostering a more tolerant and accommodating atmosphere. We can encourage students to seek assistance without fear of being judged or discriminated against. In conclusion, Madam Facilitator, SAPCO and all TVET colleges are committed to addressing students' mental health. We have made significant progress through our counseling and wellness programs. We have derived some of the policies with regards to this, as well as our partnership with organizations such as Higher Health. I would like us to acknowledge that this is a challenging initiative that will take time to succeed to its fullest potential because plenty of individuals still have doubts. However, over time, students will learn to embrace and feel comfortable seeking assistance and coping with their emotions and stresses. We begin with a limited quantity, and as demand increases, we will provide more. However, we recognize the significance of continuous improvement and believe that by investing in staff training, strengthening partnerships, and reducing stigma, we can enhance our efforts to promote the mental health of our students. We therefore support this initiative by Higher Health. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kula. Thank you very much for that support, and also to Mr. September for the use of support. I would now like to give the next 5 minutes to Ms. Brass, who's representing the CETA Forum.
Thank you very much, DDG, and greetings to our honorable officials, all protocol observed. Just up front, I want to say how privileged the CETAs are in being part of a summit that speaks about transforming mentalities and the steps that have been taken in addressing gender-based violence and the framework policy and implementing protocols is absolutely remarkable and is supported by CETAs. Education and awareness is absolutely important in fighting gender-based violence and femicide, but alone it is not enough. And Prof, you have called us to action. Our minister has called us to action. So further to that, we actually as CETAs are well positioned in the PSET sector, post-schooling sector, and we are 21 CETAs representing all sectors in our country. And with that, we actually are engaging with learners across our sectors, hundreds of thousands of learners annually. The HW CETA in particular supported over 12,000 learners in the last financial year. So you can just imagine 21 CETAs, how many learners we reach. And we can do more in our sectors in fighting gender-based violence and femicide in terms of education and awareness. I also wanted to say that we do believe it is a multi-sectoral, coherent strategy that we need in terms of coming together to fight gender-based violence. As CETAs, we have actually already started. A number of CETAs have come together And in particular, in August, just a few weeks ago, we had a workshop with the National Department of Social Development, and they have various facilities. Some of the facilities are for children that have come against the law, and there are also facilities for women, shelters that are protecting women that have been victims of gender-based violence. And the Department of Social Development invited CETAs to this workshop to see how we can implement skills development in these facilities and in these women's shelters. So their CETAs have come together as a collective to support where we can in these particular facilities. And this is reaching children, and this is reaching children that have come against the law and really do need help in terms of ensuring that they can have a hope and a better future. ETDP CETA, for example, has supported a project over the year 21-22 called Gender Responsiveness for Early Childhood Education in partnership with Basic Education. And they have spent over 20 million in this particular project, and it relates to responsive curriculum and gender-based violence awareness already at ECD level. Then we've got SAS CETA, who is currently implementing various gender-based violence programs and awareness to the amount of over 32 million rand, and it reaches over 2,000 unemployed youth. The program will see training and education in gender-based violence. Bank CETA, gender-based violence programs have been supported with 3 universities to the amount of 4.1 million rand, and it targets students, residents, wardens, university security officials, and case management practitioners. And then the HWCETA, for example, we are definitely in the sector, and we are proud to be part of the sector. We have various programs. The one program that was showcased today is the Civic Education and Health Skills program, absolutely crucial. And the amount of people this can reach will make a significant difference. So we have partnered with Higher Health on this, and we are also going to support a pilot program to reach over 5,000 learners for this particular program you saw today. Also, we have a gender-based violence ambassadors program with the Department of Social Development, supporting 100 youth going into hotspot communities and talking about awareness around gender-based violence, supporting victims, and also reporting cases to the various authorities. We also have child and youth care programs supporting bullying in schools. So also gender-based violence, femicide is also prevalent in basic education, and we have supported child and youth care workers to support over 50 schools in the KwaZulu-Natal area. And then, of course, we are proud to partner with Higher Health in other programs around gender-based violence, education, and awareness. And then, Chair, just lastly to conclude that CETAs also want to ensure that we can have a policy framework and protocols specific to gender-based violence within our own CETAs, and we'd like to do that. Although we do have various programs, employee wellness programs, and in particular, some of our programs actually support gender-based violence and even have secure facilities for those that have been affected by gender-based violence. We want to also go that extra step. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Round of applause from Ms. Brass. Thank you. I must indicate that we are also pleased that in this room there are participants of the civic education program, which, as Prof. Aluwala had indicated earlier, was launched recently. Can I then give the next 5 minutes to the SAVETA SG, Mr. Mgwali? Over to you.
Thanks, DDG. Indeed, like I said before, my name is Ongane Mkwale. Allow me to greet you colleagues and just say protocol observed. You know, as SAFETA, we are not that a big organization, but I know that President Yandisa, we are bigger than SAUS. It's a structure that have 100 members. Each province we have 10 representatives, and also the NEC. Sungasho now a president. We represent 300 campuses and 50 TVET colleges. This year we have taken a study of checking on GPV. We have found out that, you know, in the previous years, within our culture as South Africans, the head of the family used to be a female, used to be a mother. They are the ones that were implementing and make sure that the family is safe and providing food for each and every family. I don't know where it comes about, where we have misled ourselves as men and thought that we are more important than women. We should not run away from the fact that indeed GBV is a pandemic that is among us, and we should fight it as men. And it's very important to fight it as men. We have dedicated this year to be the year of GBV as the structure. The first task we have given ourselves is to be ambassadors of the higher health, to make sure that we are the part of implementing the protocols on campus safety, security minimum standards, the protocol on safety in private accommodation, the protocol on safety in campus residence, the protocol on safety in staff-student relations. These protocols are very important within our sector. We believe in them, and we think they can create a healthy environment within our students and also the staff within the TVET sector. More importantly, we are trying to implement one of the biggest projects that we think can assist on fighting the GBV. This project, we call it a GBV pandemic button. This button is going to be a button that is going to be introduced in each and every student within the TVET sector. Whenever they are panicking or they feel they are not safe or they feel that they are being abused, they will just press it. A nearby response will attend to it. It's an urgent matter within the TVET sector. In the past 2 months, 3 students were raped within their private accommodation in the TVET sector. One from Libote, one from Umkungunlovu, one from Majuba TVET College. One of the students is being accused that they were raped by police officers. How safe are we? We really need to make sure that we implement all these protocols. We implement this panic button. We make sure that we work together as a nation to protect women and children in our environment. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mgwali. And it's unfortunate the incidences that you are reporting that have taken place in our sector. But it also goes to ask the question maybe at a different time to say, even when we have these policies and protocols in place, more needs to be done.
Yeah.
More needs to be done beyond the policies and protocols. We know, even as a country in South Africa, women out there with protection orders, they still get killed. So perhaps it's another discussion that we must be looking at to say, what else? But I'm also pleased that you are talking about quite substantive interventions that you are putting in place in relation to dealing with these challenges. Last but certainly not least, we have the South President, Mr. Nzoia. The 5 minutes goes to you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Firstly, allow me to greet the Office of the Minister, Honorable Blade Nzimande, the co-staff, advisors in the Minister's Office. Allow me to greet the DG President, Dr. Sishi, DDG's President, Sengwayo Mamsokigwa, DDG's in the panel. Without missing anyone, let me say all protocol is observed. I think I must pass by the SG of Safed and remind him that it's not very easy to lead PhD students. Well, as SAUS, we certainly, and we're here to confirm that we do support this program. We've been part of this program at inception. We've been working closely with Prof. Ramnik and his team, making sure that this program becomes one of the successful programs in the year 2023. Mainly because we believe that components of society are collapsing, and this program is critical in responding to those challenges. If you not only go to higher education, this program is needed by the country at large. If you go to churches, pastors are in prison, accused of raping congregation. If you go to labor markets, you find bosses are in prison, accused of raping their employees. If you go to everywhere you go, you realize that indeed society is collapsing and we're in need of this particular program to respond to those challenges. This program will speak unto the quality of graduates in which we produce in the higher education sector, making sure that the investment that government makes to those graduates actually shows output in society. It does not make sense as government to pay for graduates and when they go to society, they don't contribute in terms of transforming society. This program is so critical such that we must work closely with even basic education to break the program down so that we start teaching it to our young children at a young age so that they don't only interact with the program when they get to higher education. This program is very important to all of us in making sure that we build a prosperous country, a progressive country, making sure that we live in equality. Of course, we must look into many barriers that this program must break. Cultural barriers. We have an issue of cultural barriers, particularly on gender roles and gender stigmas that we have in our own cultural background. We must be able to break that through this program. The economic barriers, the religious barriers, this program must respond to those challenges. As SAUS, as we can confirm that we have launched a national program with the Deputy Minister, Manamela, and Port Elizabeth, one with the GPV awareness and the training for first responder. Because we believe that in our campuses, we need to train our SRCs, we need to train our house coms, we need to train our protection service on being the first responder, because most of these GPV cases, they get missing in their cracks because when they are reported, they are not well received. So we need to make sure that the first responder in training is intensified. Having a policy without putting budget on a policy to make sure that the policy is implemented becomes a disadvantage to those who must actually carry out the policy. So we've been calling to the rep of USAF who must carry this message. We've been calling on institutions to finance the GPV policy on campus. We know that the GPV policy has been adopted by all institutions in universities. That was drafted by Higher Health. But we must put in resources to this policy so that it is being able to be carried out. Our campus clinics must be active. Social workers and all other relevant needs on campus must be carried out. There was a program that we participated in where we launched campus safety strategy with the SABs last year in Mpumalanga under General Stoll. We want that campus safety strategy to be implemented on campus. One, speaking on general violence across campuses. Two, focusing mainly on GPV and all these mental health illnesses. Because in most cases now, Prof. Ramnik, the rape we experience is not the old traditional rape where people get raped in the corridors by people they don't know. Rape happened between peer to peer. Rape happened between a student and a lecturer. So we must then be able to respond with immediate effect through this campus safety strategy so that we make sure that we eliminate these social ills. One thing I don't want us to do as this panel, we must not treat the gender struggle as a sympathy struggle. The discussion of saying there are so many vice-chancellors, there are so many, it sounds as if it's a sympathy discussion, but we must be deliberate in policy. I've seen now some of the organizations have been deliberate in policy, particularly in politics, to say that if the mayor is a female, the speaker must be a male. So we must then be deliberate to say if a vice chancellor is a male, the chair of council must be a female, so that to balance the power in society and be deliberate on how we're transforming our institutions. And the more we transform our institutions, as Prof. Ramnik said, we are a microcosm of society. The more we transform our institutions, the more society will transform, because there will be a mirror reflection of what we do as Institute of Higher Learning. So with those few words, we're here, as I was to say, we're here to support the program. We will give it all to make sure that the program becomes a success. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Great. One of the things that I wish we could take from this is what you said in terms of mainstreaming this program in all levels of the education system, so that it does not just become a project of certain pockets of the PSET, that even in your basic education. We've done very well on time. We have 4 minutes, but before I thank you for your inputs, I just want to check with my fellow facilitator if there's anything that he wishes to follow up on from any of the panelists.
No, I want to thank the panelists. I think I was watching Sarah there. The role of the DSI, this is a partnership. The minister is a minister of 2 departments. And the Transforming Mentalities initiative is both an intervention in the PSET sector and also an attempt to strengthen our understanding and research base. So there were some very, very nice issues and ideas that were raised, and I will take those forward with Sarah to look at what we need to take forward, particularly the issue around what is the predominant culture still in residences, etc. What's the nature of the violence, etc. What small interventions can be done quickly to be able to address these issues. So I want to thank the panelists for their commitment to the cause. This is not a sympathy, it's something that in our own vested interest as men, as women, as society, and hopefully this will be a start to a real transformation that we can see in the numbers that are presented by people like Ramnik. We need to see those numbers come down drastically. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Diriji Patel. Because our time is up, I would rather like to use the last minute to thank each and one of you for the contributions that you've made. They were positive, they were progressive, and I like the fact that they were action-orientated. It's about what you as organizations will do that will impact in the institutions, and particularly the student leaders, because you are working directly and closely with the students. You can see this on a daily basis and what is happening. And I think that the changes that you are talking to, being effected by yourselves, the impact we can see even much sooner. So I thank you all panel members for the support that you are giving to this program, and I am looking forward for us working together going forward in impacting and making a change. And the next time we meet, I'm hoping we're going to have a baseline study to say this is where we started. Yes. And when we meet the next time, we say based on the commitments we made, based on the policies that we implemented, this is how we moved the needle. Thank you very much. Thank you to the House. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do you just pull it?
Thank you so much, colleagues. You may make your way down to the podium. Weren't they fantastic? It's never easy to facilitate. Please give them another round of applause of encouragement. Thank you so much to our moderators who facilitated this panel ever so eloquently. Thank you so much. And I love the part that we articulated on the implementation and the action points here on forward. Colleagues, I'm sure you've reached a point where you would like just a bit of a tea break or a comfort break, to allow us just to enjoy some refreshments, enjoy some time to reflect on the plenary session that we just had. and then we'll return at 10:40. So at 10:45, may I kindly request that hostesses just help assist everybody to get back into the auditorium so that we can have a good start at 10:40. Secondly, those who are our students, please utilize the last 2 tents for refreshments. Your refreshment station, I'm going to repeat, are on the last 2 tents. So our delegates, you'll have the tents that are a little bit forward, but the last 2 tents, students, that is completely reserved for yourself so that you do not fight over a scone or a muffin with your Vice-Chancellor. All protocol must be observed. It's going to be a good day today. Say to your neighbor, it's going to be a good day today. It's going to be a good day today. That is exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, please do enjoy some refreshments. Please make your way into the auditorium at about 10:35. Thank you so much. that will allow them to sit. Just a reminder for you, when our ministers, we have been informed that Minister Dr. Blade Nzimande, as well as Minister Honorable Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma are on their way as well. So just for protocol reasons, please, when the ministers do arrive, won't you please stand? Those who will be moderating sessions at that time of the arrival of ministers, just a note for you, please, as just to observe protocol, kindly stand. We'll take our seats and then we'll resume with the program. But we just want to make sure that everybody has just been briefed ahead of the arrival of our ministers' team. Hostesses, those that are still outside, those that are assisting people, I know that there's a coffee station that's pretty long. I want to get everybody seated so that we can start with the next session. I'm going to give it about a minute so that we can have a hard 11 o'clock start. All right, the older youth in front, older young people over the age of 35, won't you just give me a wave? I'm checking your pulse now. Is everybody okay? All right, thumbs up. Okay, this is important so that we can feel the pulse of the nation. So we've got it one more time. Young people at the back, hi. Woo! All right, older youth, you're not going to be beaten by these 21-year-olds. All right, show them what you've got. So, older youth, are you still there? Yeah, that's it. That makes me very happy. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm hoping that you got an opportunity to enjoy some refreshments so that you can get your energies flowing, your mind working ahead of the plenary session that we're about to go into. This particular plenary session, will we take a look? May I just ask that we just settle down a little? I know that everybody's making their way into the auditorium, but please do so quietly. I also want to give our delegates and those that will be moderating this session an opportunity just to have this respect that they deserve once they come up. So won't you just level the room? Let's just be quiet. Let's quieten down, please. And those that are moving around who still need to get to their seats, please, let's do so quite efficiently. Ladies and gentlemen, Plenary 2 is going to be addressing the different South African men and boy initiatives that have been set aside to create positive masculinities, which is an imperative conversation that we must have. This particular session will be moderated by Professor Sarah Muswetsa, SRC CEO, as well as Mr. Zukile Mvalo, our DDG. The presentation regarding Men's Parliament Program of Action will be delivered by Dr. Khanaka. And we also have got our panelists joining us for this particular session. NYDA Chairperson, Ms. Asanda Luwaka, Commission of Gender Equality, Filiswe Kabela. Langa for Men, we've got Mr. Siyabonga Kusela. Higher Health Peer Educator, we've got Captain Shongwe. UFS Gender Unit, we've got Chilepe Mungwana. All of our delegates and those that will be in this particular session, won't you just kindly make your way into the podium at the moment? So as I call out your name, our moderator, Professor Sarah Muswetsa. We've got Mr. Zukile Mvalo, Dr. Khanaka, who's going to be giving the presentation, and then our panelists as well, NYDA Chairperson, Ms. Asanda, Commission of Gender Equality, Filisiwe Kabela, Langa for Men, Mr. Siyabonga Kusela, Higher Health Peer Educator, Captain Shonge. And we've also got UFS Gender Unit, Mr. Chilepe Mukwana. Please give them a round of applause as they're coming up. So how it's going to work is that our moderators will obviously take us through, and then we've got our presentation that will be given by Men's Parliament Program of Action by Dr. Khanaka. May I kindly request as well, delegates, as I did with your previous delegates, may I request that we have a stop at 12 o'clock. So we've got a hard stop at 12 o'clock. If you start seeing me come up onto the podium, that is your cue. But thank you so much. Please do enjoy this next plenary session.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Are you well and taken care of by your good selves? Yes. This session, as you have heard, colleagues, is not going to be a long session because an hour is almost nothing. We would wish to have more than an hour, but then obviously we shall comply. But our plenary session is dealing with a very important subject matter, as you know the best. And then we do have esteemed panelists who are already in front, as well as our presenter, who's going to be doing the presentation. Obviously, I'm also with an esteemed professor next to me. We'll be doing this work together. But then I just felt, colleagues, just to read something that I think is quite very fundamental, especially in relation with the work that we are doing. Justice Mohoro described Ubuntu, I quote unquote, as fundamentally humanness and morality. It is a concept ingrained in compassion and group solidarity, as well as the emphasis on the importance of mutual respect and a shift away from confrontation. Justice Langa went further to affirm that an incomparable feature of Ubuntu is the sense of community and the value it puts on life and human dignity. Reverence for the dignity of every person is primary to the concept of Ubuntu. Treatment that is cruel, inhumane, or degrading is bereft of Ubuntu. I found this, esteemed colleagues, as quite very fundamental, especially in relation with the subject matter that we are dealing with today. You'll see that almost everything carried through the genes of this day. There is that emphasis, impliedly so, around the concept of Ubuntu or humanness. Without further ado, because we do not have that much time, I'm going to invite Dr. Khanaka to come to the podium to make a presentation. And obviously, immediately then thereafter, my esteemed professor will be taking us through to questions that are pertinent to this session. I must also warn, as you know better, that ours is to change the world. And we know well that the professors, they interpret the world. So that is why we're here today, is to change the world. Thanks very much once again. Doc, you can come to the podium so that you take us through in that esteemed presentation of yours.
Thank you very much, Prof. To save time to the people in the front, the young ones, I'd like to say all protocol observed. And my people at the back, I'm glad you are here. I was worried throughout the morning without hearing your voice. Khenkare, kwetsala. Kwetsala. Engithi why ningalali emakhaya? Engithi why ningalali emakhaya? Okay, let me say. Sharp matala matala bazukhala ngale number push burvai winkala gat. No, you are here definitely. So my name is Matomi. I'm from the men's sector. I was hoping the slide would be up by now. Thank you very much. So I'll be speaking to the Men's Parliament, which is essentially a program that ensures that as we do our work, we are well coordinated, because the kind of challenges that we are confronted with requires big solutions. It requires a significant response. And so with all our efforts, as long as we're working in silos, we will not make a meaningful contribution. It's important that we coherently respond as men in particular. And we will be launching a program of action, which I'm going to speak to. And it's a program of action that we'll be launching later this year, which is a 2-year program. So in the presentation, I'll just be going through a bit of a background, the theme approach, as well as the call to action. Now, as a country, we are actually confronted with a polycrisis. We have a number of challenges that are interlinked, whether it's socio-economic disparities. We remain the most unequal society in the world, and that inequality is further complicated by being along racial as well as gender lines, with African women in particular bearing the brunt of the particular socio-economic injustice, which has an influence in terms of our social cohesion. We also see it in the high rates of violence in the country and serious crimes. As you know, this is not about something that is in statistics. We live this with the studies that are done of victim of crime surveys. Something that everyone in this room will know. 1 in 3 of you here are afraid to walk in your neighborhood, even during the day. And certainly at night, only 1 in 5 of you here has the bravery and the comfort to walk out in your neighborhood. And your fear is not the big 5, it's essentially the fear of men, which has quite a detrimental impact on the economy as well. And of course, when it comes to health, we should be doing much better. We have a life expectancy that's sitting around 64. But if you look at our capacity, human resource for health, we're a middle income country, our infrastructure, our peers are almost a decade over in terms of life expectancy. And men, when you look at our leading cause of death, are at the forefront with TB, and we're still lagging behind in terms of our contribution to the HIV response. When you look at advanced HIV disease and opportunity infections, it's affecting men quite significantly. And this, at the heart of it, is reflected in our homes. Again, from a racial perspective, 1 in 3 of us as Africans don't grow with our political fathers in the household. The other 2 do not, although 2/3 of us do live with a male in the household. So, and these are reflected in our mental challenges, where the rate of suicide is 4 times higher in the males. So with these challenges, we called the president, we actually summoned the president in 2015 to say, as men of South Africa, we need to ensure that we work together. It's not an option. Working together, we're not making it an option. We appreciate the efforts of individuals, of institutions, but at the end of the day, we have to make sure that our work is coherent and coordinated. So it was 4 key objectives of institutionalizing a responsive men's movement. As we organize, we said, let's look at a document that also guides our norms and values, so that we don't organize for the usual things that we organize for, including war. We must be progressive as we organize. Fortunately, we took leave from the women's sector that, as far back as 1954, had a charter. And we also said we must have a document so that we are account in the form of a program of action, as well as recognizing those men that are community developers. Now, as we do this work, it's going to be quite critical that we distinguish between the movement of men and the men's movement. And Mr. September, when you were mentioning earlier that you've got 20 in universities, VCs, and only 6 are women, we have to be quite critical in how we interpret that, because when you talk about the movement of men, you're talking about an over 200-year-old process, which is systemic. And it's one that is, so those VCs of men, they don't wake up in the morning and say, today we are going to oppress women and we're going to occupy offices of power. In fact, I can guarantee you that almost all of them woke up with a noble idea of doing better for community and looking and caring for their families. But somehow patriarchy just lands them in these positions of power. So when you talk about the movement of men, you know, we're talking about it's coincidental, it's unintended, and it's incidental dominance of men in political, economic, or those social spaces, and it's anchored on patriarchy. And so it's important that we dismantle that system, we reform that system. But when it comes to transforming mentalities, we have to engage the men's movement. And these are men that are consciously, coherently organized, and they're interconnected with the purpose of specifying concerns that are related to men and driven by gender reform. So, you know, just to give a bit of history on that, you know, when you look at where we are in the present with that conscious mobilization, we're at an opportune time as a race, as a human race, as a species, to truly deliver gender transformation, because increasingly, you know, organisms are shaped by intellectual design as opposed to, you know, natural selection. And by all indication, with us being at the fourth industrial revolution, the future certainly, intellectual design will be the basic form of, you know, the basic principles. And there was a leader from the president of that spoke earlier, who then asked the question to say, what made men special? Or was it the SG, you know? What is it that made men special? And it's in this history that about 12,000 years ago, if you look at communities that are still, you know, you can term it prehistoric, they're very egalitarian communities, you know. If you go to the San, if you go to the, you know, to the Amazon and those communities, you'll find that you can't even distinguish hierarchy, not only between the genders, but even within the males. But 12,000 years ago, when we domesticated plants and animals and began to settle permanently, and those settlements developed big populations that needed to be governed, we saw a rapid emerging of patriarchy with, you know, chiefdoms, kingdoms, even at this point where we are estates. And we must ask ourselves a question to say, what makes these qualities of men, you know, so valuable more than the feminine quality? You know, even those of you, you'd know if you're from a village, and it's not a question of function. Moving wood from A to B, it's something that we all do. But as long as it's on the head, it's a complete function of a woman. Immediately there's a technology that is introduced, it's on a donkey cart, it's a completely function of a man. You know, so once there's value to a process and can be paid, it's taken up by masculinity. You know, women do working when you cover the walls with cement. You know, they do it all the time. If it's at eye level, immediately introduce a scaffolding. All those things are climbed by men, universally. Or fetching water, immediately it's a driven water tanker. They're all driven by men. So it's a question of values, devaluing of the feminine energy. And so the universality of patriarchy is something that we have to look at sharply on how do we dismantle it. And so when you talk about the men's movement, it's quite a recent phenomenon. You know, it's in the 90s in South Africa that we saw men beginning to gather. And it grew quite exponentially that by 1996, you know, Dr. I think Bongani Khumalo established the South African Men's Forum, where to coordinate, you know, the various organizations that were, you know, coming up. Even myself from the SANAC men's sector, in 2012, we established the men's sector as a response to the growing number of men who are consciously organizing and forming men's movements. And it was from those that you started even having campaigns as early as one of the early ones, 2008. I think it was Desmond Dube who had the Million Men's March. Brothers for Life followed very soon, where we were promising to deliver a new man. I remember in 2013, we had the Not in My Name campaign where we signed a declaration to say we are going to end violence against women and children. The No Excuse campaign in 2017, one of the campaigns that was launched, including the Men Championing Change, as well as recently, 2 years ago, the National Day Against GBV, which is led by the Kim Misizulu. So we've seen all these national campaigns and many, many other provincial, district, local, and community campaigns emerging that are driven by men over the years. So when we convened men in 2015, under those 4 objectives, it was to say, how do we now begin to coordinate ourselves better? And we looked to the Men's Parliament program, which has finally led to a strategic program of action that I'll speak more about, which is a 2-year cycle document. Ultimately, we need to hold ourselves accountable. It's not about speeches and rhetoric and slogans. We need to be held accountable, and that's the reason why we approach Parliament, so that we document to say this was the rate of sexual offenses, this was the rate of femicide, this was the rate of harassment, and these were our targets in terms of reducing. So, one of the key objectives, national strategic plans that we're going to be focusing on is both the NSP on GBVF as well as the one on HIV, TB, and STIs, particularly Goal 1, which speaks about prevention, as well as Goal 4, that speaks about building institutions, and Pillar 1, which is also about leadership, accountability, as well as coordination, as well as Pillar 2, that speaks to prevention. So as we implement our men's parliament, we're at a point now where we are implementing community men's parliaments, and the PSET sector is one of the key sectors that speaks to the parliament process, which I'll outline in a bit more detail. But essentially, we want to ensure that in the post-school education and training space, all the universities, all the 50 TVETs and the 9 CETs have got a council of men who are accountable, who convene every single month and account to these processes that we are all engaging in. We then take it to the speakers. We didn't take any chance from those monthly meetings where in local municipalities we meet quarterly, twice a year in districts, and then we meet annually in provinces. And at national, we repeat the cycle every 2 years where we have the biennial National Men's Parliament. So this is an institutionalized framework that ensures that we also leave no one behind. And so as part of this process, today we are launching the Transforming Mentality, but we're also speaking to young boys as well in the Department of Basic Education by the President in Soweto. The event is on as we are engaging here, and we are leading that towards the launch of this program of action that will provide a framework on how, as men of South Africa, we respond to the challenges and activating community men's parliaments. Now, I'm going to have to disappoint you to say this is not going to be a exciting journey. If you think this is going to be about Superman and rescuing screaming ladies, that's not the space. To transform mentalities to end GBV, it's an extremely boring exercise. It's unremarkable. There won't be cameras. No one will be rewarded. You won't even be recognized for that effort, for that matter, because we have to deal with it in the invisible, in what is hidden. If you know about the theories of the iceberg theories, that speaks to those changes. Those areas where we have to transform mentality speak about the mental models, which speaks about our values that we need to transform. And those are those principles that we hold very deeply, which are not based on fact, but we hold them and they transform into our beliefs, which then become our attitudes. And then we begin to express them through normalizing these gender stereotypes, as well as ensuring that we objectify problematic language. And so we need to ensure that we deal with the hidden issues. Now, the call to action here, and I'll move with a bit more speed, is that we need to transform mentalities by dealing with the bottom of the pyramid, the issues that normalize the violence, so that we don't deal with the explicit violence, as well as looking at gender identities. And then we also need to ensure that we develop those champions of dealing with those issues of the basic disorders in society, If you speak to neuroscientists and behavioral scientists, they'll tell you that the external environment has a huge influence of us. The reason why we're not going to assault each other here, it's not just because we're good people, it's because the grass is green and it's cut. It's because there's no papers here. So it's about making sure that in your institutions, you manage those social disorders of litter, of dilapidated infrastructure, the broken window theories, but we also manage social disorder, including noise and noise pollution and problematic language, public intoxication. So those basic behaviors that speaks to the kind of orders that we want to see in society. So as I said, in our men's parliaments, we want to ensure that once every year we meet in provinces, and we meet in districts twice a year, quarterly in local municipalities, and on a monthly basis, communities are meeting, which includes the PSET sector. And then we repeat that cycle to then have the once every 2-year National Men's Parliament. And towards the closing is that at every level, we must have a coordinating committee that oversees this process. So each institution of higher learning in South Africa must have a 6-member coordinating, who are men, that ensure that on a monthly basis we collate those reports, and then those reports can be processed higher up the tier, to ensuring that when we meet in those local men's parliaments, those districts and provincial, we are reporting on the work of the PSET sector. And lastly, as I said, our roadmap is to launch the program of action on the 29th of November. And in closing, I'd like to leave us with a quote that says, it's hard to imagine a more stupid or dangerous way of making decisions than putting those decisions in the hands of people who pay no price for being wrong. So it is us men who make people to weep. It is us men who make people to bleed. So it must be us men who lead the transforming of mentalities. I thank you.
Is this on? Okay. I'd like us to acknowledge Dr. Kanaga, but more than that, I want us to applaud you. I want us to applaud the work that you are doing. I want you to know that we appreciate the role model that you are and the many role models that you are also nurturing in our country. Your work deserves another round of applause, everyone. Not all men are abusers. I think it is important that we acknowledge that, and not all men want to see the country that we are at present with high incidence of gender-based violence, and it is the work that all of us, I think everyone in this panel wants to speak to. It is a conversation about boys, it is a conversation about men, by men, but also by women who also want to see an egalitarian society that Dr. Kanaga was talking to. We don't have a lot of time. I want to acknowledge everyone in this panel. Thank you for making the time. We all have about 5 minutes to make input around the initiatives in your various organizations, and also maybe your own input on what needs to be done over and above what we have been doing. So it is an important conversation about initiatives for boys, for our men, in changing their mentalities. I want to start on my left and end on my right, and let me start at this side. And I think it is important that you introduce your organization, tell us your initiatives and what should be done.
All right, thank you so much, Program Director. My name is Philisiwe Gabela, the Head of Department for Public Education and Information from the Commission for Gender Equality. I'm standing here, Program Director, representing my chairperson, Advocate Commissioner Tabiseng Mohale, who could not make it today due to conflicting commitments. However, I first want to just do my greetings and say all protocol observed. But I think it's important, Program Director, that I first give a little glimpse of who we are as the Commission for Gender Equality, so that I can just share a little bit of information and thus managing expectations of what we stand for. And I want to say, as a Chapter 9 institution, the Commission's obligation is to strengthen the constitutional democracy by focusing on the attainment of gender equality in all spheres of life. This obligation recognizes that the prevailing pandemic of gender-based violence and femicide is an impediment to ensuring a society that is free from all forms of gender equality. This recognition requires positive actions by both the state, the private sector, civil society, and communities to rally behind the discourse of creating positive masculinities amongst men, boys, such as empathy, emotional intelligence, respect for others, and nurturing behaviors through enforcing legislation whilst exploring advocacy initiatives to demystify the culture of harmful masculinities, which are harmful to both men and women around them. So our mandate is just centered around that. Program Director.
Colleagues, and esteemed guests, as we welcome our Honorable Minister of Women, Children and Disability, Honorable Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, you are warmly welcome, Honorable Minister. It is a great pleasure to have you here. Apologies.
All right, thank you very much, Program Director. I think let me also do my greetings to actually acknowledge the ministries of Department of Education and our own Minister for Women, Youth, and People with Disabilities. Good morning. As I was still saying that, our various studies, they demonstrate that it is essential to encourage a more inclusive and diverse understanding of masculinity that allows individuals to express their gender identity authentically and free from harmful stereotypes. Ladies and gentlemen, just in this month of August, the Commission, in conjunction with the Forum of Institutions Supporting Democracy, we call ourselves FISDs, has dedicated the entire Women's Month towards creating GBVF transformative initiatives, including awarenesses and mainstreaming initiatives in all 3 TVET colleges in the Northwest Province. This we are doing to recognize the need to build the nation, drive transformation, and to build good leaders of influence in our country. Just to indulge the audience here today, Program Director, our findings as the Commission, they reveal that, in fact, our literature, it suggests that there is a disproportionate emphasis on the rights of the girl child, and this disproportionality has been at the expense of the boy child. Various state institutions and civil society have invested attention in finding possible ways to minimize or to eradicate the life difficulties experienced by a boy child in society. Media institutions, they often provide harrowing reports about the destructive anger and violence of South African boys and men. Therefore, there is an urgent need to assist the boy child to cope with life challenges across all spheres of life, from home, school, and society at large. However, the question that is being posed today is, what are the different South African men and boys initiatives that should be created to create positive masculinities? As the Gender Commission, what are we saying? Our position has been that as a country, duty holders, we need to note that part, duty holders, they need to holistically address the root causes of GBVF in society, to address what has shaped men and young boys' perspectives, the value system and harmful behaviors, that is the limited range of expression, the impact on mental health, the communal identity, gender roles, and pressures to conform. One of the key root causes that have been identified in our various research studies is that is masculinities. widely held ideas and beliefs of masculinity and what it entails, it gives rise to incidents of violence committed by men against women and even against other men. One manifestation of this link is the way men feel a sense of entitlement over women's livelihoods and bodies. This is evidence of how often volatile women's rights as a way of asserting their authority and power, indicating the imbalance in power relations that stems from the societal gender norms ascribed to women and men respectively. We say, in addressing the problem, more effort should be invested in engaging boys and men on ideas about masculinity and their negative contribution towards the entrenchment of a violent patriarchal society. There's a great need in the country to introduce, as Doctor has said next to me, to introduce roundtable engagements collectively on boy-child as the first intervention towards providing an information-sharing platform with industry experts to find possible ways to resolve boy-child predicament in society. We say these roundtable engagements are an innovative approach to encourage information sharing and to assemble the like-minded intellectuals, professionals, and activists to trade ideas, thoughts, and views related to monitoring the indicators of NSPs and instruments thereof for the country in respect of protecting and empowerment of the boy child. The starting point is to promote the mandatory and establishment of transformative men and boys forums from organizations and societies. There is a whole plethora of initiatives, program director, that we are actually advocating for, not just from an advocacy point of view, but also from our transformation hearings. And these you find in various men's forums where we actually at times hold the institutions and duty bearers accountable, and we are beginning at some stage to see, positive interventions being, undertaken by those institutions. In closing, as I conclude, I want to say that gender equality will not be achieved without engaging men and boys as custodians of cultural practices. While women's empowerment is essential to achieving gender equality, we must simultaneously engage men to be actively committed to redistributing power in both their personal lives and in other spheres of coexistence. Framing gender equality as something men and boys have a stake in can benefit them in a way that motivates them to be more involved in the discourse of moral regeneration, the protection of self and others, particularly women and girls. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was an input from CGE, and I think for me it is about engagement and particularly highlighting the accountability part that CGE is playing in our country. Let me move on to our next speaker. Hello.
Hi.
You can continue.
All right. Aye, abantu abachaye. Aye, abantu abachaye. Yeah, Program Director, a young constituent, so we should reflect that.
Of course.
I'll be brief. I am the Executive Chairperson of the National Youth Development Agency. I think it would be an injustice if there is any young person here who doesn't know the NYDA. So I won't really go into what it is that we do, but really just give a high-level summary of our role. As the name states, we are a development agency that is located within the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. And really our mandate is to mainstream youth development, be it youth development in schooling or education, or young people that are looking for earning and work opportunities, young people that are looking to expand or start their businesses and the likes. But I think all of that is available on our website, and I'll just delve straight into the question that has been posed. So I want to start off with the Confucius saying that goes, it is only when a mosquito lands on your balls that you realize that there is a way to solve problems without using violence. Right? No, it is a Confucius saying. And really what I want to underscore is the messaging behind this particular saying. And that is not all problems should be resolved through violence. Now, there's another saying that I want to speak about before, which is in relation to my response, and that saying goes, if the lion doesn't tell his story, then the hunter will. Now, this particular saying is important precisely because of the role that I believe young people can play in the creative space and in shaping the narratives and the stereotypes and the perceptions around gender-based violence. Now, how many of us grew up in a generation where series such as your Yizo Yizo were flighted on our state broadcasting channels? Can I just see by a show of hands? Okay, without necessarily giving away our age. But I think what, stories such as your Yizo Yizo did, in as much as it was meant to be educate our societies around, or rather elevate the challenges that our societies are plagued with. But there was that unintended consequence that displayed violence, that displayed misogyny, that displayed toxic masculinity that our generation grew up and normalized in our societies. So it then becomes the role of young people, particularly in the creative space, to shape that narrative so that we unlearn and relearn a society that does away with these notions of toxic masculinity and the likes. So one of the programs that we do have as the agency, looking into young people that are in the creative space, is through our program, which is the National Youth Service Program. And in that service, or in that program, what we do is, it is a program that encourages young people to be active citizens whilst promoting the values of patriotism, volunteerism, while young people are provided with opportunities to earn and learn. So one of our National Youth Service implementing partners is a foundation called Your Charisma Music Foundation. That's located in Limpopo. Now, what this particular foundation does is that it uses performing arts as a way to open up dialogue about the perceived causes of gender-based violence. Now, they use elements of theater to involve their audience to participate and really be able to kindle discussions around, like I said, the notions of gender-based violence, but also craft solutions that are unique to that particular society and community insofar as resolving the plight of gender-based violence. Now, this particular foundation, as I've stated, currently it operates in Limpopo, in areas like your Giani, Palabora, and the Capricorn district, and they have been able to reach out to about 500 young learners. But we do know that 500 is just a drop in the ocean compared to, one, the large number of young people that exist in this country, but two, a foundation of this nature, because of its limitation, can only be located in one set province. But what we do need, and this is one of the clarion calls that we've made as the NYDA, is to encourage young creatives to come on board, partner with the agency, and let's reshape that narrative. Let's tell our stories. Because, I mean, we can argue that, is that your alarm program? Yeah, all right, so I'll just speak about that for now, really encouraging young creatives to form part of shaping that narrative so that we redefine what it is that speaks to your gender-based violence, and how do we constructively provide solutions to those challenges. I think I'll leave it at that for now. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Of course, I think that was an input from NYDA. GBV is not entertainment. Violence is not entertainment. And I'm hoping that this is a generation that will break the cycle of violence, and particularly GBV in our country. And thanks for your contribution. Let me go to my far right, and we'll move accordingly. Thank you so much. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, facilitator. Facilitator, my name is Chelepe Muchwana, not Muchwana, Muchwana Ma. So I'm from the Gender Equality and Anti-Discrimination Office. We are at the University of the Free State. We know we are traditionally an Afrikaans, white male privileged institution. So with transformation now, challenges are coming up, are propping up. When now you look in terms of our student cohort, it has basically drastically changed. So colleague, you'll remember the race video. After the race video, our unit came as a result of those engagements that were there to say, even after the fees must fall, that yes, we are talking of reconciliation and reconstruction, but there are challenges within society that, for example, the issue of rape within higher education that is there. So our unit basically was established for those purposes. But most importantly, not to look, because we are part of the transformation drive within the institution. So we are disruptive in a way. We don't believe in the norm or what is the normal within higher education. Even when coming to the issues of men, per se, we do not adhere to that which is normal. So in regard to issues of men, from our side as SSUE, we are disruptive in a way. The first question that, when one would have been engaging with the students will be, what is a man? We are calling us here to sit around the table and talk about men, but what is a man? How do your generation, Tate Motswana, when you grew up under apartheid, now I grew up now in 2023, we define what is a man? The challenges that you are facing as a man in 2023 with your age group are not the same as those of our age group. So how do we deal with those challenges? Because you come from an era where patriarchy was basically the norm of the day. But us as the men of today, we are saying that we are content about our masculinity. We understand our masculinity. But now, here you always come in saying that we are toxic as men, telling us men are trash. And that facilitator leads to resistance that we find when now we need to engage on these issues. And one of those resistance is that when we engage in terms of the initiatives as higher education, we are academic. We tend to take these issues as academic activities. And the real challenges that men and boys are facing are real issues, in real time. You cannot even bring and go on Google Scholar or whatever journal you can bring. My challenges, my Mujolo challenges, you cannot resolve in Tate Motswana with a Google Scholar. My challenges of understanding of what is a man, you cannot go and make a reference and come and tell me how do I handle that. Then how do you assist me to handle that, Tate Motswana? Issues of gender-based violence. You say as men, we are basically the face of gender-based violence. And I say, yes, let us look at the statistics. Basically, as men, the narrative was going to relate to say that we are the perpetrators of gender-based violence. But then how do we change that? So having that challenge, we normally from our office will call awareness campaigns. But when we go to these awareness campaigns, there will be men, women, boys, and girls in the room. But the boys will just be quiet. They'll be sitting there looking at you as if you are not even talking to them. Even when you are addressing an issue that is pertinent to them, issues of Mujolo, for example, they'll just be sitting there being quiet, you see. And that in itself now has moved us to say, then let us come with a program to engage men, because also we are using feminist scholars and thinking and philosophies around it. For example, intersectionality is a principle that we use. The standpoint theory. You can't talk about men without men. You cannot come and relate to the issues that boys are having in relation to Mujolo in this era without not engaging with the boys. Going and look at the narrative that is there, for example, the media, social media. So we needed now to come and say, how do we engage on the ground with the people? So now, as numerous departments, for example, we have student counseling and development that will come and assist men who are perpetrators, who are victims, even bystanders of gender-based violence. Because as men, most of us, we are bystanders when coming to gender-based violence. We are bystanders when coming to toxic masculinity. We are even at times promoters, even supporters of those who are perpetrating this kind of mentalities. So what we did, and we say, we need to come with positive masculinity. Because the men were saying, but what is wrong with being masculine? We don't hear you talking about feminists. And we say, yes, we agree. We have toxic feminists, and we cannot run away from that. Not only toxic feminists, but even feminists who are ingrained or who have patriarchy which is ingrained in them. specifically those even who are on the leadership positions, women who are there. As I listen to colleagues saying that we also need to change, for example, the chairpersonship of the councils and all of that. But if you don't have any substance, we are only ticking the boxes, then we're not going to have anything, because patriarchy is ingrained within the culture in terms of what we do as institutions, how we engage with the students. That is, patriarchy, we see it there. So from our side, then we said, let us come with this program. Student counseling, as I said, will support students in that regard. We also have student affairs who also now use positive psychology to engage with men around issues of mental ill health, around issues, as I say, that of umjolo, issues of even general ill health, because I say to the boys sometimes, issues of prostate cancer, issues of testicular cancer, how do you deal with those kind of issues as boys, you see? We cannot be sitting in the corner and say, we are men. We only go to the doctor when you are on your deathbed. We need to be talking about these issues. So we came with a positive masculinity program to say we understand there's masculinity, but there's also toxic masculinity, but we need now to come with positive masculinity that is based on specific values, values of empathy, values of respect, values of being vulnerable as men. So that is how then we engage with these issues. So programs that we engage upon talks to issues of manhood. Because now the boys are saying, my girlfriend wants me to be modern and also be traditional. How do I deal with that conundrum? We need now to engage on that issue. The issue of gay and trans men. Are they real men when you talk of men? I say, yes, they are men, because now you say it's a gay man. That is a man. It's a trans man, so it's a man. How then do we engage on those issues? Leadership, you will tell me, I see the leaders are coming in just for protocol purposes.
I'd like to acknowledge and a warm welcome to our Minister of Science and Innovation, Dr. Nzimande. A warm welcome, Minister. We can take our seats, please. You may continue.
So, facilitator, one of those issues that we talk about even in terms of the initiative is our accountability as men. Yes, I might be standing in my corner and saying that Motswana is not violent towards women, but what about my accountability towards my brothers, my nephews? What is it action that I'm taking? Even our fathers and our uncles, when I go back home, when I've engaged on this toxic masculinity, when I go back home, brother will say, Mfanaka, you are coming with rubbish now. You see, how then do we begin to be role models? Those are the challenges that young men are facing today. To say, you want us to be not toxic, but when I go back home, I'm faced with toxicity. You want us, for example, to respect women, but then how do I respect women when now my father and mother are having challenges? I become the victim. I grew up with an absent father who I can see walking down the street on a daily basis, but I can't even engage with their father because the system, even the relationship between my father and mother is toxic. How then do we as the older generation? Because they say to me, you are the one to be blamed as the older generation for all of this. And you are not taking any measures, you are just standing in your corner, not dealing with it. The issue of student leadership within our universities, we don't deal with that, and it's time that we engage around that. But also, in order to now to come with a way forward, also the issue of community engagement. As I say, when I go back home as a student, I go back to my father who's toxic, who's patriarchal, who's beating my mother on a daily basis. How do I engage on those issues and become a positive person in the future? So in terms of going forward, we are saying we need more awareness and more talking on these issues, not academic exercises, real talk, heart-to-heart talk, whereby we can be vulnerable, whereby we can cry as men within the room and be able to say, Amfeto, it's going to be okay. You see, we need to have that. We need to have safe spaces for men to engage without, because when we raise these issues as men of GBV, it's not that we are downplaying the victimhood of women. We are just saying that you as a man acknowledge your responsibility and accountability so that we can move forward. And also support and visibility from our leadership. That is the last point. Because from us even to have this program running, it is through our director who said, let us sit down and see how we can engage men and boys on these issues. So just as a last point, I think that is where I am and where we are, facilitator. Thanks for the opportunity.
think from our side, I want to positively acknowledge the work that you are doing at Free State University. It is an important work, and I'm hoping that other universities will also learn from you in having those hard conversations. I think part of the challenges that you are raising speak to the timeliness of this summit, and I'm hoping that we're going to learn from you as we have these hard discussions about what is a man, who is a man in South Africa today, right? I appreciate that. Sir, you have your 5 minutes.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. My name is Captain Shongwe, and for those of you that are asking yourselves, is his name really Captain? Yes, my name is Captain. I am a member of the Student Representative Council at University of Pretoria, but today I'm here on an issue that really sparked my activism when I grew up in Alex and I was a kid before I came to university. This issue is centered around men and how young men see themselves in the world today. Today I'm representing an organization at the University of Pretoria. The organization is called Men Down. So Men Down is basically a special project at the University of Pretoria, right? And it focuses mostly on addressing issues that men face, young men face, like mental health, sexuality, gender-based violence and femicide, and rape culture. Some of the initiatives that we have, I'm going to start with my favorite one. My favorite one is that we go to the residences around the University of Pretoria, and we basically ask them if they can lend us the males, the men, and we just spark a whole conversation around issues around mental health, gender-based violence, and there's a particular issue actually with this that always arises, and it's a very toxic thing that the youth likes to say. It's actually something I hate very much, but indoda must. I think that is the catalyst of many problems that we have in our society, and people don't really necessarily notice how dangerous it is to tell a young man or a young boy who's still trying to find himself in university ukuthi indoda must. I always advocate against that thing because it's very, very dangerous. So another initiative that we have is male victim and male perpetrator. I was actually chuckling here because our organizations are almost like the same. So we noticed that most people focus on males as perpetrators, but they don't really see males as victims of maybe gender-based violence or something. It could be something that society views as small as growing up in a household that has actually experienced gender-based violence or femicide. It could be my aunt who I didn't even grow up in the same house as, but that trauma of me interacting with her or whatever, that becomes the catalyst of my future actions tomorrow. So we aim to address that. We as I said, our most important tool that we have is conversation. We really try to bring out young men to speak, and like also your organization, most men, when we have them on a space and we're like, okay, gents, let's speak, let's talk, what are your problems? They really don't want to speak, but I will tell you a secret. I don't think the ministers will be impressed with the secrets. Snacks and beverages, and they'll talk. So, yeah. So we have seen that when we offer the men beverages especially, they are able to talk and they're able to feel at home, and they're actually able to cry. I was very surprised. We had like 3 boxes of tissues and 2 of them finished. I was surprised because myself, I don't cry. Not that I don't believe that a man shouldn't cry, I just don't cry. So yeah. And then another initiative that we have is Pink Week. So in Pink Week, we're just asking men to donate sanitary towels for women. So these sanitary towels are meant for ladies at UP who maybe can't afford. But the end goal of where the sanitary towels are going to is kids in rural places. So kids in rural South Africa that don't have sanitary towels. So we try to populate those sanitary towels there, but the students from UP are also given if they can't afford. I think that's all from me.
Thank you.
Yeah. It's so heartwarming to have young men like yourself speak up and become the role model. And I think that the role models that we need in this country. And when we say break the cycle, I think you are one of those individuals that are breaking that cycle. Yes, it is a challenge, and we appreciate you. We see you. We appreciate the work that you are doing at UP.
Thank you.
We have our last speaker, and it's no coincidence that he's wearing pink. Our last speaker.
Molweni. Mandithathe eli thuba ndibulele kwi-program director, kwi-organizers, kwi-ministers zethu ezilapha, kwi-colleagues zam, kumntu wonke olapha, nolutsha olukhoyo. If boys don't learn, men won't know. Ukuba amakhwenkwe awafundi, amadoda awasoze azinto. This is a quote that had a profound impact on me during my attendance at the Men's Parliament last year, and it perfectly captures the reason why Langa for Men was founded. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Or is it afternoon now? It's afternoon. Okay. As the program has stipulated, I am Siyabonga Kusela, the co-founder and the chairman of the organization #Langa for Men. And I'm here to share how we tirelessly work on creating positive masculinities through our initiative. I'll share a personal story. It's just short. In 2012, I lost my mother, and she was pregnant due to gender-based violence. Unfortunate enough, my baby brother survived, but he ended up being paralyzed as a result of violence. That inspired me to be a human rights activist. Langa for Men is an organization that was started by two young men when they were just 21 years old in 2019. We initiated the organization in one of the historical and significant oldest townships in South Africa, Kwalanga, of which this year we are celebrating 100 years. It came to our attention that in township schools do not really take life orientation seriously. And this gives rise to our youth not being equipped with psychosocial knowledge. So we stood on the gap. We recognize that boys and men have been neglected for far too long. The society has taught us to be strong, even when we are hurting inside. We are often told that indoda ifela ngaphakathi, a man dies on the inside. Bambi bathi indoda ayikhali, a man doesn't cry. This has created broken men in our society, and sadly, we see the consequences in the high rates of gender-based violence and femicide in our country. For Langa for Men, for #Langa for Men to eradicate femicide, we realized that we need to instill and restore new values to a boy child. As Xhosa saying suggests, umthi ugotywa uselula, which means a tree is bent while still young. These values will then make a boy child not to see a girl child as an object. Our vision is to create a safe space for everyone, regardless of their gender, and to involve everyone in the fight against gender-based violence and femicide. We want to change the way we as men think and invest in the well-being of young boys. We do this through various programs such as youth empowerment sessions, educational camps, sports and education, hikings, healing sessions, and boys' workshops. In our organization, we have different programs. We have a football team, as football is known for just entertainment and physical health. We extended it by introducing to the players awarenesses about gender-based violence and the importance of taking care of their mental health. We currently have 100 young boys and men aged 13 to 26 years old in our football program. We also run a sanitary pads drive to support young girls in our community. We have noticed how the school attendance of girls is being affected due to lack of sanitary pads, which then fails dismally to the development of our country. As the saying says, if you educate a girl child, you educate the nation. We also believe it's important to include men in menstrual education. Furthermore, Langa Township unemployment. Let me conclude. In summary, Langa for Men is dedicated to creating a society that nurtures and supports men, while also fighting for the rights and safety of women and young girls. Together, let's work towards a future where everyone feels valued and empowered. I am a broken soul, mentally weak. When I co-founded Langa for Men, I had a goal of healing myself through healing others. It's still a journey, and I hope I heal very soon so that I can be able to continue helping others. Thank you.
Thanks very much, my co-presenter, co-facilitator. Well, I should think we have learned a lot of lessons, in our panelists here. And it's what we've also observed when we started earlier on, almost with all, the panelists, that, almost everything is connecting. And I want to emphasize that, each and every generation must discover its mission, fulfill it or betray it. I should think as we're seated here now, we begin to sow the seeds of that generation, which says to all of us, especially men and young boys out there, let's work together to end gender stereotypes, gender violence, and all ills associated with gender-based violence, amongst others. So we're quite very happy. And I was listening this morning from the mother of Uinene Mkhwecha, whereby she was emphasizing the point that is being emphasized here, that we need to involve young boys. And I'm quite very happy, almost everyone here, is saying let's involve young boys. Because she was saying, amongst others, she's having projects in soccer whereby she's engaging young boys. I should think then my co-facilitator, we're quite very happy. I know we are out of time now. It's 12:07. We should have concluded at 12. Thanks very much once again.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks, everyone. The session is adjourned, and we're moving straight to lunch. I have our esteemed...
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Won't you just give them another round of applause? They were absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much, our moderators. Thank you so much to all of you, our panelists. Thank you for the authenticity within which you approach the subject matter. I know it's not an easy one, but the way that you did it certainly brought about a uniqueness to it, but also a reality to it, especially our young men. Won't you just give them a round of applause as well? Thank you so much. You may make your way back to your seats as it is. Much appreciated. You're officially released. I know that as soon as you get to your seats, the first thing you do is you breathe out. You go, it certainly has been a significant day.
And thank you very much, delegates. I do see some of you also at the back there. I just want to do a pulse check. As you know that I always do a pulse check just to make sure that everybody is still engaged. And that is very imperative for the kind of conversations that we're having this afternoon. So, young people, thumbs up. Is everybody okay? Say yay. That's it. Not so young people. Thumbs up. Everybody say yay. Is everybody okay? I feel like the not so young people are the ones that are most active in the room. But much appreciated. Delegates, distinguished guests, ministers, DGs, may I just request kindly that we move on to Plenary 3. We will take lunch at about 12:30 this afternoon, and we'll take it from 12:30 to about 1:30. We will gauge the time, but we would like to request just to move things up quite a bit. It will also allow us to have these conversations quite significantly while everybody has just come out from refreshments. So in light of what has just been said here by some of our delegates this afternoon, this is the kind of spirit that we're approaching this conversation. And that spirit is truly being authentic to the challenges, to the realities that exist within our context that really allow for gender-based violence and femicide to be perpetuated. But in being able to address some of these challenges, at least we're looking at what kind of effective solutions can we come up with. And I know that as I call up the DG of the Department of Higher Education and Training, Dr. Nkosinathi Sishi, who's been really attentive to some of these realities that have been shared throughout the process of the morning, we're then able to get remarks, especially about the implementation and effectively being able to acknowledge some of the issues within our communities, but really some of the implementations that need to happen so that things can change. And the truth of the matter is we can talk until the cows come home, but until we implement, that's when true change appears. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please allow me to welcome onto the podium the DG of the Department of Higher Education and Training, Dr. Nkosinathi Sishi. Thank you very much, DG.
Program directors, ladies and gentlemen, I think you are not generous with your applause. A big round of applause for our program directors. You can do better than that, please. Thank you very much for indulging us. The Honorable Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, and our host today, the Honorable Dr. Blade Nzimande. And we are very honored that in our presence, in our midst, we've got Honorable Minister of Women, Children and Disability, Honorable Dlamini Zuma, with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to have members of cabinet representing the government of South Africa in a conversation of this nature. A very warm and big round of applause for our ministers. We expect that Honorable Zulu, the Minister of Social Development, will join us a little later. There will also be other cabinet ministers who will join us, and as they join us, we will introduce them to this audience to demonstrate that we are united as government behind the message and key messages of our president, and today the message of our members of cabinet led by our Minister, Minister Nzimande. Members of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Innovation that are present here today, the Acting Director General of UNESCO representatives, the chairperson of Higher Health, Gender-Based Violence, Professor Lenkabula, the Vice Chancellor of the University of South Africa. May I also take this opportunity, having met a number of Vice Chancellors of our universities who are present here today, to welcome them and thank them for the support of this message by our minister, and welcome them in the conversation. We are looking forward to hearing from our Vice Chancellors and members of USAF that are here with us today. The Chief Executive Officer of Higher Health, Professor Ramnika Luwalia. A big round of applause for this young man. A lot will be said about him a little later. The CEO of HSRC, Professor Sarah Mswetla, was here in front, already made some presentation. It's good to have you here leading us in this conversation, Professor Mswetla. University of South Africa representatives, South Africa Public Colleges Organization. We saw the Deputy President of SACPO addressing us here earlier on. Ladies and gentlemen, reforming perpetrator testimony by S. Mashilo is still going to be heard here. It is good to have the chairperson of NYDA, Ms. Luata, leading the conversation from the front. Langa for Men, Mr. Kusela. Higher Health Peer Educator, Mr. Shongwe. UFS Gender Unit, Mr. C. Mutwana. Distinguished participants representing various stakeholders, esteemed guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, South Africa has one of the highest rates of violence against women and girls in the world. And the femicide rate, that is 5 times the global average, estimated at 12.1 in 100,000 victims each year, is just not acceptable. South Africa's gender-based violence statistics are equal to a country at war. To mark this Women's Month of August, my department is hosting, in support of our minister, this inaugural Transforming MENtalities Summit that is built on the foundation of the work by UNESCO on Transforming MENtalities concept. Through the summit, we aim to promote positive redefinitions of norms of masculinity and meaningful engagement of men and boys alongside women and girls in the global pursuit for gender equality. My minister, Minister Nzimande, will be hosting this today, and after lunch, he is going to be presenting the keynote address, and I'm inviting all of you, ladies and gentlemen, to pay attention to the key message of today, a message that supports our president, who is leading the broader campaign of all government in this regard. The Transforming MENtalities Summit, as I've indicated earlier, is based on UNESCO's Transforming MENtalities initiative that was launched in 2015 in Latin America and the Caribbean, and later spread to a number of other countries. The aim of this multi-stakeholder campaign and partnership is to champion a world free of gender biases, stereotypes, violence, and discrimination by challenging or changing the cultural and societal norms through policies, advocacy, and capacity building initiatives. This is in line with our objective to improve the safety of our female students and staff in all of our institutions by implementing comprehensive prevention programs that are aimed at raising knowledge of gender-based violence policies and services, as well as other preventative actions that will be cited at a later stage. Higher Health's goal is to support all its constituent PSET institutions to implement the department's framework via a fully coordinated national response guided by our department's policy framework to address gender-based violence in the post-school education and training system and related training sectors. And this policy was released and launched in July 2020. And today, our message through this policy framework hinges on 3 strategic goals. First, to create an enabling environment through development of implementation of our guidelines, protocols, minimum standards, including capacity development for gender-based violence programming in post-school education and training institutions. Secondly, prevention and awareness through promoting the safety of students and staff by putting in place a comprehensive awareness and prevention programs intended to raise awareness of policies and services that address gender-based violence. And lastly, to support and assist through putting in place a supporting and reparative procedures for complainants and survivors that are in place. In 2013, the United Nations multi-country study on men and violence revealed that 10% to up to 62% of all interviewed men reported having raped a woman or a girl in their lifetime. In some places, more than 75% of women aged 15 to 24 thinks that there are conditions under which a man has rightful reasons to beat his wife. Socialization processes are intrinsically linked to structural gender inequalities. And this is evident in violence, in aggressiveness, and sexual entitlements that are too often considered as appropriate expressions of how to act like a man in different societies. According to the World Health Organization, a study that was published in 2013, the lifetime risk of experiencing gender-based violence for South African women is 45.6%, well above the global average of 35%. Furthermore, UNICEF states that sexual gender-based violence and intimate partner violence are amongst the most prevalent forms of gender-based violence affecting young women aged between 16 and 25 years as they are vulnerable. This summit is hosted along these concerns on behalf of the Department of Higher Education and Training in partnership with my sister department, the Department of Science and Innovation, under the ministry led by Minister Nzimande, the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, towards a call for action. This is not another summit. This is a revolution. We are here calling upon all men in the Republic of South Africa and the SADC region to heed the call of our cabinet, the call of our president, the call of our ministers in transforming mentalities that will target all decision makers at all government levels, community leaders, and the civil society organization to conclude with a call for action that we all scale up our efforts to eliminate violence against women and make commitments towards ensuring that men and boys must address the root cause of violence against women. That we identify and support innovative ways to engage men and boys for gender equality and to prevent violence before it happens. That we launch advocacy campaigns to end violence against women and girls by meaningfully engaging men and boys to build public support. Gender-based violence is widespread in our country, and it affects almost every aspect of life. In its very explanation, gender-based violence can include social, physical, mental, and economic harm, but it also includes threats of violence, coercion, and manipulation. And it is time all of us rise and say enough is enough. I invite you, ladies and gentlemen, to support the message of our minister immediately after lunch, which is the keynote address that speaks to what is to be done. Thank you, Program Director, and congratulations to each and every one of you who's here. And let your voice be heard, but let us all join hands with the call for action in dealing with the scourge of gender-based violence in our society. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you very much, DG. Just before we hear a pre-recorded message from Ms. Gabriela Ramos, representing UNESCO, obviously looking at transforming MENtalities experience, especially from other countries, and how that implementation program is going. Ladies and gentlemen, may I just make a request? It's another one. These days, you guys are quite happy to be without your bank cards, huh? So may I kindly ask Ms. M.Q. Mdluli, if you're in the room, won't you please meet me at the front there so that you can collect your bank card as well? I can happily swipe, but that will not look good for you. All right, so just a note for you, Ms. Mdluli, please just collect your bank card for me as well. But ladies and gentlemen, with that, let's have a listen to a message coming in from UNESCO, from the UNESCO ADG, Ms. Gabriela Ramos.
Group of ministers joining us. Minister Nzimande, with whom we work very closely, Minister Sishi, Minister Diami Suma, Madame Sulu, Deputy Minister Manamela. Thank you for joining us. It's great to have you here among all the incredible guests that are joining us. And I'm also delighted to inaugurate the launch of the Transforming MENtalities program in South Africa. I'm proud to see the commitment of all of you, and particularly, as I said, Minister Nzimande. This is a priority to change mindsets, because gender norms and stereotypes remain powerful architects of inequality everywhere. In 2023, which is the 21st century, a large majority of men and women that have been asked about these issues, they still prejudice against women. And some biases might look harmless, but they all contribute to patriarchal systems in which women are considered untreated, second-rate citizens. Numbers are alarming. 25% of the world population finds domestic violence acceptable. I don't even think that we anywhere around the streets consider violence acceptable, but inside the homes, some people just accept it. Globally, 1 in 3 women have been subject to physical and/or sexual violence at least once. So 1/3 of the world population is subject to these mistreatments. And I'm sorry to say it, but in South Africa, the rate of feminicides by intimate partner is 5 times higher than the global average. Between October and December of 2022, 12 women were murdered daily. This needs to change. While women and children bear the brunt of men's violence and gender inequalities, this initiative, Transforming MENtalities, exists because men also struggle with the detrimental effects of gender norms. Men are also thought to be violent, or to be aggressive, or to be strong, or to be competitive. And these predetermined notions of masculinity enforce men to withhold vulnerability, discourage them from sharing their feelings, discouraging them just to be more human. 61% of men feel the stress about being, for example, a provider, a role that is conferred to men all around the world. In South Africa, men are 5 times more likely to die by suicide than women, and often use more aggressive methods. So there is also this stress. And men are also steered away from activities deemed feminine, such as childcare, that is so enjoyable. They spend 1/3 of the time women do on unpaid care work. Yet 70 to 90% of men across 15 countries feel as responsible for care work as their partner, And they should enjoy this too, because it's enjoyable to be with our children. Masculine prescriptions create vicious cycles of destructive behaviors. Men exposed to 4 or more risky and aggressive experiences in their childhood stand 7 to 8 times the risk of perpetrating interpersonal violence in their adulthood. All of this has significant impact also on women. Policy changes must go hand in hand with reshaping cultural narratives. We can create laws, we can create policies, we can create tools, but if we don't change the mindsets that create these stereotypes for men and for women, progress is going to be slow. And that's why I commend the launch of this Transforming MENtalities initiative to fight this bleak reality. And success lies in concerted actions, and UNESCO will stand side by side with the government of South Africa to achieve change. And this requires a multifaceted strategy. First, by raising awareness and shedding light on the many ways gender equality is mutually beneficial to all people in society. Changing mentalities benefit men, but it will benefit everybody. For example, for every 10% increase in gender diversity, a company's earning before taxes and interest can rise by 3.5%. So you are more productive when you are diverse. Men who take care of their emotional selves are 2 to 8 times more likely to care for a family member. So we should stop telling boys that they don't cry, because they can't cry and they should. They're humans. That with more equitable gender attitudes are 1.6 times more likely to be highly involved in parenting care than fathers who don't. Mindset shifts are at the heart of change, and for these, we need to strengthen the evidence. In the second place, we should conduct research to develop a state-of-the-art on norms and masculinity in South Africa and map the gaps, needs, priorities, best practices in order to design operational strategies that will foster change in the country. UNESCO is working on this across the world and will be happy to do it with South Africa. In Morocco, for example, we researched the social and imaginary representation of masculinities in their concrete impact in societies. In India, we analyzed legal and policy frameworks, questioned norms of masculinities in different states, and offered recommendations to policymakers and training to educators. But we don't do it alone. We do it with the communities. We do it with men. We do it with the societies that brings together their expertise and their wisdom to build more sustainable societies. We are now studying best practices with local organizations to create a wider framework of intervention advice. Together in South Africa, let's use UNESCO's methodology to find which levers to pull and how to best advance change. And this leads me to my third point, younger generations. We need to work with them to foster leadership for change. And this is why, on a third place, we need to engage young men and boys from the earliest age in formal and informal education settings to tackle the stereotypes at their roots and promote tolerance, nonviolence, and gender equitable attitudes. Gender-neutral textbooks from the early age are a very powerful tools, and we need to do it, because then you also need to train teachers in not stereotyping boys or girls in different activities and attitudes. UNESCO has partnered with several experts in this regard. Equimundo, Men Engage Alliance, the Sexual Violence Research Initiative, which is also based in South Africa, and the White Ribbon. These are champions to advance a more sustainable way of interacting among each other. We can provide promising practices, network support, and action-oriented tools to engage men and boys as meaningful advocates for change. Gender equality cannot be achieved alone, and therefore, we also need to tackle the broader spectrum of racism and discrimination that still persists. And as UNESCO is also the leading agency in these issues in the UN system, I invite you all to join us later this year in Brazil to share your experiences in the Transforming MENtalities Day that will open the third edition of UNESCO's Global Forum Against Racism and Discrimination, and to promote intersectional approaches and positive masculinities. Our goals demand action, collaboration, and unyielding determination. I could not be prouder to embark in this journey with you. Count on UNESCO.
Of course, that was a message from UNESCO's ADG, Ms. Gabriela Ramos. Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we've now reached a point of our program where we can take a break for lunch. Let me just tell you how everything is going to work in just a moment. Can we kindly still stay seated to allow for our ministers as well as our delegates in the front rows to make an exit? Thereafter, we have got allocated spaces for lunch. So let me just give you a little bit of a brief of how lunch is going to work. Students, you will be having lunch in Terminal B. So all students, you will be having lunch in Terminal B. Our delegates, we will be having lunch at Serengeti, so that is that side. Our hostesses will ensure that you get to your right destination, and our staff will also be able to assist you with that. But kindly remain seated to allow for our ministers as well as the delegates in the front to make their way out, and thereafter we'll take a break. Please do not hurry on out. We've got a full program after lunch, including keynote address by the Honorable Minister Blade Nzimande, Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation. We also have got another plenary session, including a dialogue with Honorable Minister Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma. Of course, we've got Minister Blade Nzimande joining us, and we're also going to have the Minister of Social Development, Honorable Minister Lindiwe Zulu. So it's going to be a full conversation, and thereafter we're going to get some insights on how everything is going to work later on the day. So it's going to be a very, very impactful day indeed. So make sure that you've cleared out your whole diary for the afternoon as well. Enthusiastic people. I'm going to give you about 30 seconds to make your way to your seats because I do still see some moving around in the auditorium. The rest of us, if you can bring it down a notch. Let's just settle in a little bit. Let's just bring it down a bit. Delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for the time that you've spent with us throughout the course of this day, engaging and finding solutions into tangible change, and also looking at how exactly we can look at inspiring positive manhood. How is it that we can start having transformative measures to indicate that truly our men and our boys are moving towards a charter where women in their lives are protected, not harmed? So we do thank you for your engagement, we do thank you for being with us, and we thank you also for the enthusiasm within which you've handled this entire summit. Allow me right now to welcome to the podium to give the keynote address, as it is my honor and my absolute privilege, the Honorable Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, Minister Blade Nzimande. Please to rise as Minister Nzimande makes his way to the front.
Thank you very much. You may be seated, Esther. Thank you very much. Sis Faith Mangope, the program director. Let me also start by greeting my cabinet colleague, Minister Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, in the presidency, the members of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Innovation. No, I must get this right. The Portfolio Committee still remains Science and Technology. I don't know why. You are most welcome. The DGs of both our departments, Dr. Philip Mjwaha and Dr. Nkosinathi Sishi. The CEO of Higher Health, Professor Ramnik Alwalia, the CEO of the Human Sciences Research Council, Professor Sarah Moswetsa, representatives from universities South Africa, USAF, representatives from the South African Public Colleges organizations, representatives from our SETAs, representatives from our community colleges. Let me greet also all the DDGs who are here from both departments, the leadership representing the students, in particular SAUS and SAVETSA, the leadership of the trade unions who are here, distinguished participants, esteemed guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, and comrades. Good afternoon. I would like to open my address to this summit today by providing the background as to why we are holding this summit. It's informed by a number of imperatives. The first imperative is that as a society, our freedom shall never be complete or meaningful unless we do away with all sorts of discrimination and manner of oppression. especially gender oppression and discrimination and patriarchy. Those are regressive tendencies that we have to defeat. If we are to realize, if truth be told, the promise of 1994, it shall remain a pipe dream unless we are able to deal with this. That's the first imperative that informs this summit. The second imperative is that gender-based violence has literally become a pandemic in our country. That is the second imperative that informs this. The third imperative derives from the fact that we can never defeat gender discrimination, gender inequalities, and gender-based violence until and unless we also mobilize men and boys to be part of this struggle. In UNESCO's language, it's called Gewe, the struggle for Gewe, gender equality and women's emancipation, including the struggle against gender-based violence. That is why we are launching what we are launching today. And I want to make it clear as well that what we are launching today is not parallel or in competition to the other initiatives that have been launched to mobilize men to fight against gender-based violence. But we regard this as a component of that, of the struggles that are already being waged. And indeed, we want to focus on our sector, which is the post-school education and training sector, which has got an estimated 2.5 million students or trainees. And of course, it's a sector that has got lecturers, workers, other staff members who are part of this sector. South Africa's constitution is one of the most progressive constitutions in the world, as it entitles rights of full equality and freedom to women and public law, so that it protects women and girls from discrimination and oppression. As I have said, this struggle will remain weak and incomplete unless and until we get men to be on the side of gender equality and women's emancipation. We all know that gender-based violence in South Africa cuts across the whole of society, irrespective of race, irrespective of cultural or linguistic backgrounds. And of course, we do need to say, nevertheless, that women's oppression is sharpest within the black population, and especially black women, workers, and black poor women. That is why, historically, in the struggle against apartheid, we tend to say less about that now. I do not understand why. That the majority of women in South Africa faced triple oppression. They are oppressed as workers, or the poor being unemployed, and super exploited. They are also oppressed as black, and they are also oppressed as women. This characterization still remains correct and fundamental and should still be our point of departure. Because also, the reason why we say this is that much as all women are oppressed, but the nature and extent of that oppression is also mediated by class location of those women. I should, however, point out that physical or psychosocial infliction of violence upon women and girls is not the only manifestation of gender-based violence in society. It's a very important point, this. In fact, many forms of violence and oppression are not overt and personal, but structural also, much as they have got a personal effect, but they are structural, sometimes hidden and naturalized in the organization of power in our society and economy, a point I shall return to. We're talking with Minister Dlamini Zuma over lunch, that, and she puts it nicely, I'm sure she will say it, Auntie, I don't want to speak on your behalf, is that change is not easy, change is not nice. If we are to change, we have got to confront even difficult things, even things we do not want to talk about. I know bakhona befundisi la nabashumayeli niyenithini uma nishadisa nithi umuntu wesifazane unjani umuntu wesilisa unjani. To what extent are the many things that you say when you are bringing that union are reinforcing the very same things that we are trying to fight against? Ngiyabona omama bashaya izandla abesilisa bayishaya izandla. But we have to speak the truth. And if we are to succeed in this campaign of the mobilization of men, we must go everywhere where men are. Whether it's in the family, whether it's in a Kaizer Chiefs or Orlando Pirates training camp, the men's teams. We must also even engage our own cultural practices that seem to be established everywhere and say, what are we telling these boys as they grow up? Normally what we tell these boys is reflected by what they do, often as men in society. So as we start this, change is not nice because you also take people out of their comfort zones. That is what we need to do. But progressive men are not afraid of change, and our campaign should be to say progressive men should not be afraid of this kind of change so that we discuss and we defeat these scourges. Of course, as Dr. Ramos, the Assistant Director General for Humanities and Social Sciences at UNESCO, has said in her message, this summit also stems from a program that has been started by UNESCO, transforming MENtalities, which we have also embraced and adopted, but give it a South African content and direction. Globally, current trends show that men and boys have largely been excluded from the gender equality discourse. And that's part of the problem. As the saying goes, it takes two to tango. I must emphasize that gender inequality is not a woman's issue. It is a human rights issue that affects everyone in society, and the engagement of men and boys is a crucial element for us to achieve the progress we desire in South Africa and beyond. And by the way, to be a man who believes in gender equality and women's emancipation is a liberating phenomenon and a liberating thing. You become liberated the moment you stop thinking of women as inferior. Which means if you still believe in that, you yourself as a man, you are still oppressed. Even if it is psychological oppression. So it is very important. We cannot consolidate and deepen our democracy whilst 51% of the population is not only being excluded in many instances, but is being brutalized, which is what is happening with gender-based violence. Conventionally, issues about gender equality, and understandably so, have often mainly been placed in the public arena by women. However, it is difficult to reform social structures towards equality without a broad social consensus and ownership between men and women. We hope out of this summit will at least come with a certain minimum consensus that how do we overcome this reality? To rectify the discrepancy in power relations, men and boys must become active and positive advocates for gender equality. To tread on the rightful path towards a gender-equal society, stereotypes and norms need to be rethought and relationships between women and men reshaped. With an increasing awareness of men and boys as a necessary part of the solution, there is an urgent need to chart a clear road ahead for their involvement as change agents for gender equality. As transforming MENtalities postulates, a holistic approach is essential in facilitating women's empowerment and ultimately the realization of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and the objective of leaving no one behind. Our objectives of transforming MENtalities in South Africa are therefore broadly informed, as I have said, by UNESCO's global initiative, but also by our own realities. And that means gathering context, nuance, and feminist evidence and building knowledge to inform gender transformative policy making. UNESCO have already said to us, by the way, that one thing that is distinct about this campaign as we launch it in South Africa is that apart from mobilization and conversations and campaigns, we also want to be strongly informed by research. That is why we've brought in the HSRC to actually be the lead organization in researching this matter that we are dealing with. Also, we are countering and uprooting, we seek to counter and uproot harmful gender norms to promote positive and healthy alternatives with the support of role models. We have seen some of the role models who are participating here this morning. We need more of those role models. I was very touched, by the way, by how even the role models who were here came into this conclusion via their own experiences. Angena kumfundisi. But into engiye ngiyithanda emayisho abefundisi ukuthi mzalwane qala uzibheke wena. Uzizwe ukuthi unjani, uvelaphi, then uzoyibona indlela eyaphambili. We also need to do the same in this instance. Lapho ngiyavumelana nabefundisi. Lasiphambana khona kancane nje. In fact, isonto linento ezinhle. The church has got many nice things. Lasihlukana khona kancane nje ukuthi bona basuke bakhulume about heaven after death. Thina abanye bethu le heaven siyifuna sela emhlabeni saphila. Le ndawo okuthiwa ayinagedla nokukhala ayinagedla kwamazinyo nenyembezi kuhlale kumnandi zonke insuku. Hayi, siyayifuna sonke le heaven. Siyifuna sisaphila manje and wonke umuntu alingane owesilisa nowesifazane. Njengoba kuthiwa kunjalo ezulwini, siyifuna lana. Masihlangane nalo izulu sesingasekho, sekoba ibonus le. Now, our post-school education and training sector, let me talk about it, is home to more than, as I have said, 2.5 million youth, with 51% being females. 10% of all reported rape cases originate from young women in the higher education sector. It is said that only 1 in 10 women report a rape case. By the way, we also need to have proper definitions. Sometimes I hear people say rape is a sexual act. It's not correct. Rape is not a sexual act. Rape is violence. That's what it is. It is violence, nothing else. And it's not a crime of passion. It is violence. It's actually violating a woman. So it is violence. We must get our definitions proper. Ngoba kwesinye isikhathi sesikhuluma ngathi abekunothandwana ukuthi nje lo muntu ubefisa. Ayikho leyo nto. It's abuse, it's violence. Now, my Department of Higher Education and Training through Higher Health, I must say, Professor Aluwalia, has done so much over the past few years to implement sustainable and impactful systems, controls, infrastructure, and safety nets to address the scourge of GBV within the PSET sector. But we are acutely aware that our institutions are part of the broader community and are microcosms of the larger society, and therefore it is hard to totally isolate them from the violence that stems from broader society in all its different forms. Since I launched the Gender-Based Violence Policy Framework, or Policy Framework to Fight Gender-Based Violence, we should say it correctly. It's not a GBV policy framework. It's a policy framework to fight GBV. Since I introduced this in 2020, Higher Health has since been putting systems, controls, capacity in all our institutions to respond to GBV. Higher Health developed a technical task team, which the various PSET stakeholders, as well as technical experts who are together developing multi-sectoral response to issues of GBV in our post-school education and training sector. In 2021, the task team released procedural guidelines on how to respond to cases of GBV on campus, protocol on fight against rape, and protocol on code of ethics. As part of our Women's Month celebration this month, this task team released the protocol on campus safety and security, minimum standards, the protocol on safety in private accommodation, the protocol on safety in residences, and protocol on staff-student relationships. I must say that also Higher Health is currently working with the National Prosecuting Authority in developing protocols on statement of complaint, whistleblowing, and other legislative requirements. Higher Health continues to implement various programs and support structures for students and frontline staff at institutions of higher learning. Much more importantly, these programs of higher health are offered on 420 campuses across South Africa in urban and rural areas. Now, what we are doing here also is that, Minister, we must learn from our experiences on what higher health has been doing. Higher health has been doing a great job on health and wellness in our institutions, and also on dealing with gender discrimination and gender-based violence. We need to be learning from the work that they've done. And I hope, Professor Moswetsa, in your research, you will also be reflecting on the experiences and the data that is in the hands of higher health in order to be able to learn good lessons out of that and also identify weaknesses in dealing with gender-based violence, for instance. Also, there is another important achievement, because much as we are dealing with a difficult problem, but we must highlight some of what we regard as good work that has been done in the sector and achievements so that we build on those. Another important achievement is that in July this year, we launched a first program of its kind called National Civic Education and Health Skills Programs, which will be offered largely through community colleges, but it will also be offered through your smartphone. It's a 6-month course in total. That is an equivalent of what we call NQF Level 5, which is just the year above matric, which we call higher certificate, if you go through that. It's the first that we are introducing a civic education, and we hope we will spread this kind of program to all of our post-school education and training institutions. Ideally, there should be no university graduate who has not gone through a course on gender equality and women's emancipation. That is the challenge that at the summit, if it is not in your declaration, it must be put in the declaration that all post-school education and training institutions must introduce some kind of civic education that includes and incorporates gender equality and women's emancipation. Of course, we are not underplaying other regressive tendencies that are still there in society, like racism, patriarchy itself. It's very important. And the advantage of launching this program that we are launching today in the post-school education and training sector is that our sector is the one that actually prepares our young people for leadership positions in society and wherever they are working. Badlula la ema-university nasema-colleges before, or kuma-SETA, before they go to the rest of society. So if we tackle this issue in the post-school education and training sector, we are already laying a strong foundation for tackling it in the rest of society. Now, as I have said, one of the institutions that will be playing an important role is our Human Sciences Research Council, which will forge a nexus of academics and researchers from South African public universities and various organizations to harness the power of collective insights, rallying men and boys as staunch allies in our campaign to reduce violence, bolster human rights, and realize gender parity. The HSRC will work with some of our universities as well in doing this, especially targeting first those areas that are showing that the problem, for instance, of gender-based violence is the worst there. These centers of knowledge will join hands to illuminate pathways towards understanding and transformation of mentalities. We will also engage our PSET institutions through seminars and workshops in order to have inclusivity and impact. Through our engagement today, we have another opportunity to come up with sustained methods to engage and empower men and boys on existing societal norms of masculinities. Let me just talk about, moving towards the end, how we want to frame this program and campaign of transforming mentalities. As I have said, we are locating this program within the struggle to transform gender relations in society. We are also focusing on men and boys, but not only just on them, but also on relations between women and men, and girls and boys. That is very important because it is also an issue of relationship. It is about men and boys unlearning backward habits and embracing emancipatory values, norms, roles, and practices in the multiplicity of relationships they enjoy with women and girls. Mawubona intombi uyinsizwa uyashela awuphoqi ngenkani uma ethi cha ucha wena ke sike sishansi ukuthi hayi uthi ngibuyele mhlawumbe uzobe seshintsha umqondo kwenzeke kwesinye isikhathi awushintsha umqondo uma engawushintshi ethi cha accept udlulele phambili asifuni le ishimani emsebenzini ezithi uma zingaqonywa bese zithi ngeke uzuthola umsebenzi ngeke uzuyithola ipromotion kofanele kube khona la udlula khona kuqala. We have to confront those things. We have to confront them. As uMinister Dlamini Zuma esho, change is not always nice, and change is always difficult. And we have to confront those difficult things. Ngesintu nje kumina kulula. Abantu abahlukumeza abantu besifazane, amadoda ahlukumeza abantu besifazane, ishimani. Ezingakwazi ukukhuluma nezingakwazi ukwenza izinto ngoba lento iyafuna ukuthi ke sibuye siyibeke ngolimo esilwaziyo. Uma ungakwazi ukuphatha umuntu wesifazane uyisishimani. That's what transforming mentalities should be about. I also want to argue that the term MENtalities should not imply an idealistic perspective on gender transformation. In other words, it must not merely be reduced that changing the mentality of men and boys will by itself liberate women from gender inequality and oppression. It's a very important dimension of a broader struggle to do this. The reason why we are saying this is because there are many other institutions in society that continue to produce women's oppression and women's inequality. Now, misinterpret manje. I'm not trying to persuade anyone to change your political ideology. But the fact of the matter is that at the heart of women's oppression is an exploitative capitalist system. I'm not saying shintsha ukuthi. I'm trying to say abantu ababa makomanisi or whatever, but objectively that's a fact because that's the system that is profiting from the oppression and exploitation of women. You have to understand that if we are to deal with this reality that we are facing. Thus, unless we root out the structural inequalities of exploitation and oppression, we will not provide the material basis upon which gender power relations can be reset in society. There are many other struggles we have to wage if we are to realize our goal. The struggle against unequal pay. Why should men and women not be paid the same even if they are doing the same job? Those are the struggles that we must fight against all the time. The struggle for sharing of domestic labor. Ngiyazi uma sengifika kule obhuti nobaba bafana nami abayizwa kahle. Domestic labor is hard. Domestic labor is necessary. Ideally, it should be shared as part also of liberating women so that they can also actively participate in society. I don't want then again to be misinterpreted. Mina ngikhuliswe umama from age 12. I grew up in a woman-headed household. Khuliswa uMadlamini. Ntombi yezizwe uJama Sijata uCubungulashi. Ehlupheka uma, when I went to university, uma was earning 27 rands a month. It wasn't a lot of money even those days. But if she didn't bring up the manner in which she brought me up, I wouldn't be standing here in front of you. In so many respects, including just respect for people and respect for yourself, by the way. Uma wami ati, no matter how poor you are, mtanami, your life is not worth it. You cannot measure it by any amount of money. Evaluate. Learn to respect other people, whether those are men or women. Kusho unkosikazi ukhula yedwa, ukhulisa ingane in a very difficult environment yakwaDambuza. Egcwele ubugebengu ngaleso sikhathi namanje busekhona. Now, I am raising these things because I want to say this. Research tells us that 45% of boys in South Africa grow up in women-headed households. So there would be no men without these women, because they are the ones who are actually bringing up these boys. And it's a sad irony that many households that are looked after by women, it's the very same women who are being abused. Yet without their role, many families would have fallen apart today. There is merely no doubt. I'm convinced about that. That's why I proudly call myself a mama's boy. Now, it's very important, therefore, that women must be liberated so that the whole of society is liberated. It's not a choice, it's a must when it comes to that. We must therefore demand no less than the total emancipation from all forms of gender oppression and exploitation in our society. In conclusion, the path we tread is one less frequented. You know what we are asking you to do is a new path that we are traveling. Let's not fool ourselves. We are asking men to be activists and participants in gender equality and women's emancipation. But it's a route that we have to travel, we have to take. And this journey encompasses a range of aims, from enhancing women's access to healthcare services to eradicating violence against women and children. And for men, as it was said earlier, to care about the fact that young girls who are becoming mature and women who are poor are catered for in terms of sanitary pads. Not Madoda, we must care about that. That was the message that we actually got, which is very important. The journey we are traversing also includes rebalancing domestic responsibilities, as I have said, and our ambitions must find resonance in the many goals that we seek to achieve towards our own National Development Plan 2030. Once more, let me say this: by addressing gender inequalities, we'll be championing human rights. This is the challenge I want to leave with all of you, starting with my own department. Go Digibamla first. There must not be a single program or activity in my two departments that doesn't incorporate the issue of gender equality and women's emancipation, even at the level of messaging. But in all our sector, if we are having a public function as a TVET college, there must be messaging that women are not to be abused. There must be a messaging that good men must actually stand for gender equality and women's emancipation. This is the only way we are going to achieve and win this war, if we mainstream it in all what we are doing. Ngike ngaqala i-campaign. Unfortunately, it didn't succeed, Minister Dlamini Zuma, to promote the teaching and use of African languages as languages of science and academia. Ya faila a project here. We invited a professor of Afrikaans who be a part of my team, because I wanted to say, how did you succeed to elevate Afrikaans from being a broken kitchen language into a language of science and academia? He says, no, Nzimande, I see what you are doing. It's very important, Minister. But the one thing we did, we spoke Afrikaans everywhere. Whether we are crying, we cried in Afrikaans. Whether we are happy, we were happy in Afrikaans. Whether it's a wedding, whether it's a funeral, wherever you are, just speak Afrikaans. We spoke Afrikaans. That's how we are going to promote your African languages to become languages of science. We are saying, if we are to achieve this objective, let's talk and be activists of gender equality and women's emancipation and against gender-based violence wherever we are. I am looking forward to the declaration that we are going to adopt, but that would not be the end of the story. It's the beginning of the next phase of a journey that we all have to travel. Tina madoda, it's a call on us today. Asiba madoda, are right, siye kukuba yishimane. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, Minister. I'm not sure, Minister, if I will continue to agree to speak after you in these public events. I've been asked to summarize later on, but I don't know how I will write in my notes Ishimane in English. I'm not sure if a word like that exists, but I'll look at your special advisor, Ngaba, to help me with the new technologies that can do the translation. The second one, Minister, is one day you were at another event, I think it was the National Advisory Council on Innovation, where you were so excited about the stats and the data that was presented that I had to interpret what is meant by uvuga umoya, because you said this thing makes you so excited, that uvuga umoya. How do I translate that in English? But we'll come back, Minister, to summarize some of the key messages from yourself. It is now, of course, my honor, singular honor, and with humility, I would like to invite the Honorable Minister Dlamini Zuma, the Minister of Women, Youth, Persons with Disability. I think that's the correct way. A round of applause to bring the Minister on stage.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Let me greet my colleague, Minister Blade Nzimande, and Antwak. Angithi ngu-anti wakho. Yebo. All protocol observed. You are all important here, and without you, this event would be nothing. Let me first by just congratulating the minister for actually having this event, because I think it's a very important inaugural summit for transforming mentalities. It's a much needed platform and a safe space aimed at engaging men, boys, about the known and the unknown, the visible and the invisible, the comfortable and the uncomfortable, the obvious and seemingly complex causes of violence against women. We are therefore very proud to be part of this. I was just saying to him after he finished speaking that he gave a new definition to Shiman. He should have given a new definition to Isog. So I hope later he will do that. Because if we don't give it a new definition, we might lose out somewhere. But let me, agreeing with the UNESCO that this is a very important issue. The UN Secretary General said, and I quote, "We live in a millennia of patriarchy, a male-dominated world with male-dominated culture. Everywhere, women are worse off than men, simply because they are women. Inequality and discrimination are the norm. Violence against women, including femicide, is at epidemic levels," close quote. So that must tell us that we have a big task, but we are on the right track from what I've heard today, not only from the minister, but from the panelists who were presenting here. And we saw this in South Africa during the COVID. This became even worse. But not only in South Africa, in the rest of the world. And that's why the WHO Secretary General had this to say, that acknowledging that violence against women has become endemic in every country and culture. He cautioned that, and I quote, "Unlike COVID-19, violence against women cannot be stopped with a vaccine. We can only fight it with deep-rooted and sustainable efforts by governments, communities, and individuals to change harmful attitudes, improve access to opportunities and services of women and girls, and foster healthy and mutually respectful relationships," and I close quote. So I think this gives us a background of the enormity of the subject we are dealing with. And I know sometimes we get very taken up by the statistics, because yes, the statistics tells us that we are dealing with a very big problem. But sometimes we forget that behind every statistics is a story, a life, a person with dreams and aspirations, and a desire for safety and respect. It's essential to remember that these are not just numbers. They are mothers, daughters, sisters, friends, and colleagues. When we focus solely on statistics, we risk dehumanizing the very individuals we aim to protect. So whenever we talk statistics, we must always talk that behind that statistics there is a woman who wants to have a better life, like all of us, who aspires for a greater future, but who may be deprived of that future because of gender-based violence. But I was also saying to Minister Nzimande, I hope you allow me to say it, that we must organize another summit that concentrates on parents. Because adults bring back to society what society taught them as children. So it's very important that as parents we understand. And there was a young man there, I think it's the Langa Foundation, who said, "Umutu kojwa usemanzi." And I feel very strongly about this because even just how we treat boys and girls at home, sometimes we don't treat them equally. Sometimes we treat boys as little princes who must lord over their sisters. Can't be right. We must treat them equally. We must treat them to respect one another, each other. We must treat them to protect. Sometimes a brother hits the sister, and the sister comes running, and the parent says, "Ubumenzeni." What question is that? Because he has no right to beat up a sister. So I think it's very important to deal with issues at home. And the minister talked about the abefundis, what they say, mabeshatis. I also want to talk about what we say as parents, makshato. You know, sometimes bayalilizela bathi angeni ilondolo ekhaya. Ilondolo ekhaya, the laundry has come home. Haibo. And then the parents, mabeyala the bride, when they are counseling the bride, what do they say? A lot of parents will say, don't talk about what's happening in your house. Persevere, begezela. I think we must do away with that begezela stuff. What do you begezela? But they don't say the same to the groom. They don't say the same to the groom. So I think it's important to ensure that even when we counsel young brides and grooms, besides what the priests say, we also say the right things. Some parents would even say, "Hayi uhambile like I second way yakho." No. I think those things must really change. And we must, and I agree with Minister Nzimande that at every platform, every level, we must talk about fighting gender-based violence. But we must also talk about equality, because equality will also go a long way in equalizing relations in the home. And also economic empowerment. You know, take for instance a story of person X, a survivor of domestic violence. Whilst statistics may categorize her as one of the millions affected by intimate partner violence, Her story reveals very deep-seated complexities of both visible and invisible dimensions of her experience. The economic dependence on an abusive partner. Your partner is abusive, but you are totally dependent on him economically. That's a very complex situation for a woman. The societal stigma of divorce. Some people still think it's a problem to divorce. In my church, I'm Catholic, there was a time when you were not allowed to divorce. Abefundisi kabakaze bashade kodwa bathi abasemarobeni abakaze bashade, but ungadivorce when it's tough. So those stigmas also are a problem, and I'm glad and I wish we could expand what Minister Nzimande started in higher health to other sectors, because the lack of accessible psychological support is also a problem, and of course legal support as well. And all these factors and many others, they keep person X trapped in the cycle of both visible and invisible violence. So, as policymakers, I'm glad that we are here with activists and also with survivors, because it's important for us to understand their stories so that we can better be able not only support them to heal, but to prevent. And also, it's important not to concentrate on what happens when violence has happened. And I'm glad that today we're concentrating on how to prevent it from happening, because that's the most important. And really, higher education and this summit is very important, because in higher education, they'll also be able to utilize research to inform our interventions and our prevention strategies. And as Minister said, they'll also be able to shape the young people who go into the future. I was telling him earlier about a case that we have to deal with, of someone who is saying, where he's in charge as a manager, that all these women must sleep with him, whether they are married or not, if they want to keep their jobs. I mean, really. And what are these women supposed to do? They want to keep their jobs because they have to look after their families. Some of them may be women-headed households, but they don't want to sleep with this man. So I think some of these matters must be dealt with at all sectors, must have these conversations. Not only higher education, but every sector, every sphere of government, every sector of society must have this conversation, must open up these spaces where people can speak freely about this matter. Because I heard Minister Nzimande saying 45% of men are raised by women. I disagree, 100%. Which men were brought to this earth, took their first breath from a man? It was from a woman. But who breastfed? It's the women. So it's not just that 45% who don't who may not be living with their fathers, even those who are living with their fathers, they are nurtured and brought up by women on the whole. So that's the only thing I disagree with you. And also, I've never understood, and I still want maybe academics to explain to me, how somebody who brings you to this earth, who looks after you when you can't do anything for yourself, and brings you up to be a big man like Minister Nzimande is now a minister here, and suddenly that woman is inferior. Just explain to me how that happens, that she suddenly is inferior to him, but she's the one who brought him up to be what he is. It's a contradiction in terms, but it's true that a lot of it comes from the private property, exploitative capitalism. Iceland has made it illegal for anyone to pay a woman less than a man for work of equal value. I think we must fight for that ourselves. And also, we must fight for a gender-responsive budget in government. Because yes, we can say parity, equality, but if we can't disaggregate how much of our budget is actually going towards women and their emancipation, we may find that very little is going to women. So I think it's important for us to start looking at gender-responsive budgeting. You know, in Uganda, your budget as minister cannot go to parliament unless the Equality Commission has certified it that it is gender responsive. Can't go. I think we should go that route. I'm quoting Uganda because it's an African country, because if I quote Sweden or other countries, you'll say, oh, it's happening in Europe. It is happening here. And I think we must follow our constitution. We have the best constitution. We must then follow it with all those measures to make sure that it's not just the best constitution, but it's applied in the best possible manner. So, but men, let's also give due weights. It's deserved. This month, earlier this month, I think, there was a men's march in Durban, which was a march by men who are saying enough is enough. And it was organized by a foundation called Good Men Foundation. And I think if we can have more men like that, it will help. Because I still believe that it's the minority of men who abuse women. Maybe I'm wrong. But the problem is those who are not abusing are quiet. And if they are quiet, the abusers think everyone is abusing. So those who are not abusing, let them stand up and be counted, so that the abusers can see that not everyone is doing what they are doing. But before I sit down, let me say that I think since we all agree that this has become, in a way, a second pandemic, because it's not only in South Africa, it's across the world. I think we must have, Minister, as we have started, at every institution and in every ward a structure that looks at this matter, that says in a ward or in an institution, here we have zero tolerance to gender-based violence and femicide. But at the same time, we are a structure that you can come to if you have a problem. We can discuss and assist and give you support. But also, even if you are an abuser, if you see you are doing something wrong, come to us confidentially, we can assist you. Because unless we take it down to the grassroots, down to where society is, we can talk in these big rooms, we can talk nationally, provincially, but unless we are at a VD level or at a ward level, we will not have the same impact. So I'm saying for you at every institution, but for us, in every ward, we must have that structure. I think it's only when that happens that we can begin to see an impact on stopping gender-based violence. Because if people know that in this ward, I will not be comfortable. Because we need to stop it from happening, not react when it has happened. So I'm challenging all of us, wherever we are, to ensure that we have such structures. And those structures must have all the stakeholders. It must have men, boys, women, men. It must have religious leaders in the rural areas. It must have traditional leaders. It must have business people. It must have everyone. And we say in this ward, we really do not want gender-based violence and femicide. And if in this ward we stop it, and the next ward is saying the same thing, and the next ward is saying the same thing, and the other ward is saying the same thing, kushuthi inhlanzi izoshelwa amanzi for those who are abusing. They will have no place to hide. So that's a suggestion I would like to leave us with, and say we must also work with our colleagues who are in the economic sector, because I'll just use one example and I sit down. When in Ethiopia, for instance, they used to have people working on the land, the family plot. So the men and women work on the land, it's their land. But when they are divorced, the land used to stay with the men. So it was easy for men to see women as disposable. But when they changed the law and said when you divorce, half the land goes with her, half stays with the men, then the power relations in the relationship changed. Because now men began to know that I will lose half my wealth, which is land. And so I must treat her with respect. So that is also very important. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. I suspect the round of applause is very muted. I couldn't hear it from the front. So I'm handing back to Faith Mangope, who's the co-moderator with myself. But as we do that, we would like to invite to the stage Ms. Lechesa, university survivor, to give a testimony. Mr. Charles, LGBTQI survivor, and then Mr. Mashilo, reforming perpetrator. If we could have them on the stage, and I'll hand over to Faith.
Okay, we're getting ready and we're getting mic'd up for our guests to share some real story. And of course, both the ministers articulated the issue around and the importance of us hearing the stories so that it's not just a statistic. And Minister Zuma, you were the one that was saying that we have to be careful that when we are speaking about gender-based violence and femicide, we don't constantly refer to numbers because numbers lose the essence of story. And the purpose of this particular dialogue is to hear the stories. It's to be able to tell the stories in an authentic way, to be able to remove the statistics, to be able to remove the numbers, and just focus on exactly what do we mean here by being able to transform mentality and how it translates to everyday stories that you and I, in fact, I'm willing to bet that maybe there's even someone in this room who's able to relate with the stories that are going to be shared this afternoon. And I'm going to also invite the ministers that after we've heard the stories, that you add your input to it. Because this is going to need a collective conversation, and this is going to need a collective dialogue. And these individuals that have so bravely decided to share their stories this afternoon do so with the understanding and the gravity that which it deserves. So I'd like to thank all of you for joining us this afternoon. I know it's not easy to be in front and tell your truth. We know exactly how difficult it is. But I want you to rest assured by saying that you are amongst family and you're amongst good company. So without even going and wasting further time, let me welcome you, Sis Nolwazi. And of course, your story is a story of survival. But if I'm in this room and I don't even know your story of survival, talk to us about what happened.
Malweni, am I audible?
You are very audible.
Yo, ndinentloni ke ngoku. But igama lam ndingunolwazi. From the dusty streets of Greenfield. I lost my virginity to being raped and I was 16. And I'd say I'm not a victim of rape or gender-based violence. I don't want to be categorized as a victim. I'm a survivor instead. A victim is someone who's hopeless. I'm a survivor. I'm a survivor because the insurmountable detour that I encountered could have broke me, but I chose to overcome it, and it was not by my power. uThixo unsikelelile. So, in a nutshell, Ndim loyo. Unolwazi lichis.
You know, Sis Nolas, and we're going to keep talking, and you're absolutely right. You are a survivor. And please, and I'm imploring all of you who are up on this podium that if you do get emotional, there's no shame in tears. In fact, I say that tears wash the soul. Tears are a sign of healing. So if there is a move of emotion, please do feel free. I always say you are amongst good people and good company. And Rafotle, let's talk a little bit about you, because you're also a survivor. And your story has got a different dynamic to it that I don't know if South Africa speaks enough about it. Just talk to us a little bit about the journey you've walked.
Thobela. Dumelang. Afternoon. I go by the name of Tumelo Rapotle, and I'm a peer educator at Capricorn College, and I'm also a member of LGBTQI community. Do we have all the LGBTQI community members in this hall? Yes, my family. We are one. What I experienced at my early age, I have been emotionally abused by my uncle. I won't even go into disclose his name. And it was not easy, but I got the support from all my families and friends. And then when I go to college, everyone accepted me, and I felt very blessed being around such people. And then now I'm raising this issue. I know it's sensitive for many people, and that the obstacles standing in the way of protecting the human rights of LGBTQI people rest on deeply held personal, political, cultural, and religious belief. So I came here before you with respect, understanding, and humility. Even though progress on this front is not easy, we cannot delay acting. So in fact, that spirit, I want to talk about difficult and important issue we must address together to reach global consensus that recognize the rights of LGBTQI citizens everywhere. All LGBTQI community members, if we don't love ourselves, we must love us. We must also respect ourselves. And there is the mentality of people that saying all LGBTQI members have money. We don't have money. We are like everyone. Where do we get money? That's what I wanted to know.
Thank you so much, Rapotle. And you can give him a round of applause. Now, I find this part particularly brave, Sylvester, because in us tackling mentality, and oftentimes you don't speak to the men that are willing to admit that they were the perpetrator. So we look at the survivors, but we don't speak to those who were the ones perpetuating the violence. And this one becomes quite iconic because it speaks significantly to not only your vulnerability to present yourself in front of 1,500 people, but to, in essence, present yourself before the country and say, learn from what I should not have done. Let's talk a little bit about your journey.
Thanks a lot, Faith, and good afternoon to everybody. Let me start with something that a dear friend who's departed once said. And this was around the time when I went through a very hard time, for lack of a better word. Within a few hours of committing suicide, life for me was done. This was July 2019. And he said to me, some of us are the lessons for others. because it is very easy to say, why me? Why did I have to go through this? Now I look at the label and it's a very uncomfortable label. But that's what the label is, and it signifies something. But perhaps there's a simplistic view of looking at it. And that simplistic view says there's a perpetrator. But perhaps understand the backstory. And I want to tell the backstory. Perhaps let me go back to 1983 and tell my mother's story. And maybe you can connect with my story if I tell my mother's story. So my mother was raped 1983. She was in grade 10. And when she was raped, she had me. Very ashamed, never told anybody about what happened to her. So I grew up as a child whose father is nameless, unknown, something she never wanted to talk about, even to this day. Then she meets a man who says he's going to marry her. And of course, in our culture, we're hapale namane. Maybe negele baramane, but I was 8 years old at the time. So for the first 8 years of my life, I didn't have a father in my life. And when this man came into my life, they said, that's your father. And of course, who am I to question? I'm just an 8-year-old boy. But this man who was meant to care and protect me abused me in the worst of ways. Physically, emotionally, and also did the same to my mother. So sleeping in the next bedroom and hearing your mother cry, knowing that she's getting a beating. And that was my childhood. Now you must then understand what type of environment am I being socialized into. It was only in 2015 at the age of 31 that I learned that this man is not my father. It took 4 more years before my mother could tell me that I was born from rape. In all of that time, there's a lot of things happening inside me. Questions of identity, feelings of worthlessness. And it wasn't surprising that I got married for all the wrong reasons. I so much wanted a family. I so much wanted to belong. And this thing that I thought was going to close this gap that I didn't know made me so sad, and that was marriage. And there's nothing wrong about marriage. I was just the wrong place at the wrong time. And then with wealth comes responsibility, but wealth was in the wrong hands, in the hands of a broken man. And therefore, I lived a life of promiscuity in my marriage. I paid for sex. I slept with young women who I knew were vulnerable, were looking for employment. I did it all. The Shisanyamas, you can name them, I was there. Nothing wrong with the Shisanyamas in case your spouse says he's going to a Shisanyama. But for me, it was the wrong environment for the emptiness that I had within me. And every single encounter, which I thought was going to close the gap, just left me even more empty. Now, it's important to talk about where I come from, but I would rather much more focus on where I am now. I'm the founder of the Sylvester Mashilo Foundation. And I could either sit in a corner and feel sorry for myself, or I could look at my life story and say, this is what a perpetrator looks like. It's a very simplistic view if you only limit it to the label. But if you start understanding the systemic backstory, the brokenness, the emptiness. My mother was coming from a poor family, so the socioeconomic background that she was coming from, then you start understanding how complex it is. but it's complex, but it's not impossible. So I do work with boys and men in the main, and I can tell you the hardest work is not with the boys, it's with the men.
You know, as we're speaking and articulating these stories, and obviously the ministers are listening to the stories, and we're going to take some input and insight, but we just want to further talk about this issue amongst ourselves. So they're like the next door neighbors that are watching us have a conversation. Don't mind. But Sis Nolazi, how do you go from a place of being a victim? Because violation is a very difficult thing to go through. And violation at a time when you're formulating your identity as a young person is even much more difficult, and it's complex. How do you not become a bitter woman? Rightfully so, because somebody did wrong to you. How do you not become a bitter woman from the experiences that you've encountered? How do you pull yourself up from that place of darkness to say, I refuse to be labeled or to be defined by my violation or by the experience that was imposed on me, but I choose this path? What did it take for you?
It took a lot of support, because my parents were so supportive, even though I opened up at a later stage when I was in varsity. And also at UJ, there's psych ed, there's psychiatrists, so the more I talk about it, I feel like it was not my fault that it happened. And angeke manje ngiyikheje because I got raped now, angisakhona ukuqhubeka ngempilo. Because when it happened, as I said, I was just ingane. I was a small girl with dreams, but my dreams were not shattered. The experience shaped me, not even the experience, the accident, the incident now shaped me to be a woman with vision. All that I want to be, all that I want to become, I know it is possible, black child, and I know where I am going. So with the support structures that I have, it keeps me going. But more than anything, God is carrying me through.
Rapotle, when you were speaking about your story, it reminds me of even the conversation and the theme of the conversation that we've been articulating this throughout the morning into the afternoon, that oftentimes the perpetrator is not the stranger. It's not the boogeyman in the dark that you need to fear. It's the boogeyman in your house. And sometimes the boogeyman in your house becomes difficult to even confront, because where are you going to start to confront an uncle? But it reminds me of how many young boys who have to become men, how many of them get violated by an uncle or a father or a stepfather? How many of them get raped? Because it's rape. Before it used to be referred as Sodom, but it's rape. How many of them get violated to that extent? And how many of them take that experience with them into adulthood? And they become men. Just talk to us a little bit about the stigmas that are associated and the boogeyman that you had to confront. Because yours was not the stranger. Yours was in the home. And how do you speak to a young man right now who says, I can identify because it happened to me with someone who was supposed to protect me, but yet they became my perpetrator?
Yes. It was not easy by being abused by someone who should supposed to be love you and protect you at all his cost. How am I supposed to go on the street while I know there is someone at home who's not supporting me, who always abuses me and calling me all the names of gays? Just like, well, now you are gay, you must be in order. How can I be a man while you are not being supporting me? This thing, it damages me emotionally. And also, I might not even focus on school. This thing, it will drain me, But just because of I know who I am, I know what I want, I just have to self-motivate myself.
It's okay. It's all right. It's okay. You're amongst family. It's okay. It's all right. Let me give you 5 minutes just to breathe a little bit. It's okay. Ma'am Zuma, as you're listening to this, and I'm going to address you not even as minister, as mama, because these are your children, because these are children of the Republic. And as you're listening to the stories of these young people and the experiences that they've encountered during a time where safety was imperative for them, where do we start unlocking some of the solutions to this? It's easy for government to have policy. It's easy for law enforcement to have jails and Department of Correctional Services to have the infrastructure. It's very hard to make an uncle to stop raping. And it's very difficult to make a boy to stop raping, as it is difficult for a child to be born out of rape to become the perpetrator because of what they experienced. How do we start unlocking? I fear for the next generation, if we don't solve here, it's going to spill over. So how do we unlock?
Well, it's a very difficult, I can't say I have a solution. But I think we must take it as a societal problem that each and every one of us must be engaged with, and bring it, even uncomfortable as it is, within the spaces even at home. Because I went to one meeting where they were discussing how women don't tell their children who their fathers are, and this is a big problem. And they were blaming the women. And I was saying to them, you know, now there is a place that we are dealing with where children don't have IDs, they don't have birth certificates, because how do you go and register your child and say, your father is my father? We share the same father, but I'm your mother. And I say these are some of the things that make women not know what to do, how to tell the child who the father is, because they were raped by their own father or uncle or somebody in the home. But we have to confront it. That's why I was suggesting that we must bring it to the lowest level at a local area, so that if there is a structure, a young girl or a young boy can go to this structure and say, at home I'm experiencing this. Can I be helped? Can my uncle or my father also be helped to try and decease from this, from what is happening? But also, it's this thing of saying you mustn't talk about what's happening within the household. I think things like these must be spoken about. Yes, you may not necessarily go to the media, but you must be able to go to someone, social worker or someone who can deal with this matter, because it's not an isolated case. There are lots. And they are being pushed under the carpet, don't talk. And then the children find themselves, why am I ngenzeli pass? Why am I registered? uma akazi ukuthi uzothini. So let's make it a societal issue and take it to at all levels. Emasontweni, as Minister was saying, emakhaya, emphakathini, everywhere we must try, because it's everywhere. It's as I say, it's not an isolated. Even now, as in this department, there are cases we're dealing with. We're trying to see how, we're trying to work with Home Affairs about how to deal with these matters, how to give these kids IDs without having to traumatize them to the, you know. So it's not an easy situation, but if we all take it, it's uncomfortable. It's going to be uncomfortable, but it has to be tackled.
You know, as you're speaking about uncomfortable situations as well, Bab Nzimande, I'm going to bring you into this one because the discomfort also extends to higher education. In the sense, and I'm being real, absolutely real. I mean, I studied at Wits. We all studied at different places. There was basic education. But what I found very interesting was, even at a basic education level, you'll often find the teacher who was dating, and they're not dating, because it's higher power. You can't have a 16-year-old in a relationship. It's not a relationship with a teacher in the class, but it's been the norm. So it starts there. By the time they get to higher education, you'll find the professor wanting to exchange favors for marks with the student. You know, and these are just, and I'm mentioning realities that I mean, I went to study, I grew up with this, we understood that these things happen. They happen in spaces even when we're supposed to be feeling the most safe, because the perpetrators come from society. So even in environments such as this, how do we start conscientizing even higher education institutions, whether it's through TVET colleges, whether it's through universities, that even the perpetrator can be the professor, and even the perpetrator can be the head of department, even the perpetrator can be your tutor, because we all had tutors. It needs that level, because if I'm running away from home and I'm running towards education for freedom, it would hurt if I'm running towards a place where I'm also going to be further victimized. So how do we work that?
Yeah, no, thanks, Faith. I think I'll build on to what Minister Nzimande was saying, and I'm indeed. So I'm going to be tempted to get the auntie and to minister myself. I can build a point, aunt. You know, there are lessons perhaps also that we need to learn from our struggle against apartheid. I know we've got a younger generation that does not have that experience, but it doesn't stop us from telling the story, organizing around that story, and telling the truth. That is why Minister Dlamini-Zuma is correct. One of the lessons from apartheid is that South African people never carried themselves as victims. Despite severe oppression and exploitation and the brutality of the apartheid regime, our people generally didn't carry themselves as victims, but they strove to become agents of change. That's one very important lesson from apartheid. But of course, it's different from when you, as an individual, you are raped by your uncle. You are alone. You're vulnerable in so many ways. Or it's your father, or it's somebody who is quite close, with all the vulnerabilities that the minister was talking about. How do you, for instance, turn against someone who is the breadwinner, who looks after you, but is abusing you at the same time? But the lessons from the struggle against apartheid is that the reason why we could do that is because we were organized collectively. That's what made the difference. You couldn't, it wasn't an individual struggles, like victims or those who have experienced this individually, you know, have become. So the importance of organizing. collectively still remains very important around these areas of gender-based violence. In a way, what we are doing here, we are trying to create conditions for us as collectives where we are, with men playing an important role to actually deal with this. So that's the first thing I would like to say. The second thing I was saying is that we must learn from the experiences of higher health. One of the achievements of higher health is that since, for instance, they've started having a helpline and other things, the numbers of people who have been raped, abused, students who are reporting has increased quite significantly. Which means, therefore, we need two things. We need collective organization, but also we need to create safe outlets for individuals to be able to actually tell their story and knowing that they are actually going to get up. In fact, Ngaba and Professor Aluwala, I was thinking, the people who should have invited here are the police, actually, as well. Because we also have this problem that there is this complaint where a victim of rape, you come before a male policeman and says, yeah, I'll pay you to go ganja. You were actually inviting this, and so on. So we need also to create self-outlets at an individual level, psychologically now, to be able to tell their story and also be able to get help. But these two things must mutually reinforce each other. I really do agree that unless we really create structures on the ground, we achieved this, by the way, in the days of the UDF. We dealt with instances even of gender-based violence in communities. Once it was known that the father there or whoever is abusing, the structures would go and actually confront the family. We finished other things as well, like stealing, for instance. If you stole a radio, we used to do some of these things, of course, are not acceptable today. You know, if you stole a radio, we will make you during the day, broad daylight, to walk in the street naked carrying this radio on your head. But that's not the way to do it. But the most important thing is that there was collective organization to say, we don't have to do it that way, that actually these things. So we need both. Let me just say, without taking much, when we were welcoming President Xi Jinping as ministers at the union buildings, before that I had a chance to talk to the Minister of Health about something that is of concern to me. Thanks also, well, my training in psychology, but thanks to higher health also for sensitizing me even more about this. I say, Minister, what is our budget for mental health within the Department of Health? Because that's one very big issue. In fact, usually these challenges translate into serious mental health issues. And he gave me statistics that really shocked me at some respects, that, you know, 75% of psychiatrists in South Africa are in the private sector. As government, as the Department of Health, I'm sure you know this, having been Minister of Health, only 25% are in the public health. Now, it relates then, as I close, to what Minister Dlamini Zuma was saying. The very budget of the state. To what extent do we have a budget that will be able to respond to what I'm saying? Support collective initiatives. I suppose we are spending a bit of that here. DG, the money to convene this, with supporting the struggle against GBV, the struggle for gender equality. But how do we ensure that then we have a budget? As a country, 25% of psychiatrists in the public sector, when we have got such huge and enormous program, creates a gap. So it's a twin strategy, dealing with individuals. Well, maybe it's a tripartite strategy. We like tripartite things in South Africa. It's prevention, which is the main thing, which is what we are doing here, but also being able to respond to victims in a caring way. And thirdly, and most importantly, is collective organization, which is what we are trying to lay a foundation for today by saying, Not only women must organize against their abuse, but men as well must organize against women's abuse. That is how far I can take it. Thank you.
Sure, Minister.
But also, I think we need to instill in young girls and women that they are enough.
Oh, I feel like you need to say that again. I feel like you need to say that again.
That they are enough. They don't lack anything. You are not being abused because of your inferiority or whatever. And that even if you were to leave that relationship, you are enough. I think, you know, over the weekend on Saturday, I went to Cape Town, and there was a meeting in Talabantu, and they were fundraising for a transitional house, which is named after one of our heroes, Zuma Muskal, where women who have been abused can go to. It's called a transitional house because they just felt calling it a shelter. It's a transitional house. You are transitioning from one life to the other. And this discussion was very hot, Guti. We mustn't make anyone feel that we are not enough. We are enough. You are enough. And your self-esteem must not be shattered by anyone. You must still remain confident in yourself. But we need to support. I mean, if ideally every woman's house should be a transitional house for another woman. If a woman is being abused, ideally, they should be able to say, I can walk into your house and it will be a transitional house. Or they can walk to my house. They shouldn't stay there until they come out of a coffin because they have no other place to go to. So creating spaces, not only to talk, but also spaces where people can go to restart their lives from where they've come from, I think is something that we must do. In India, but I'm not saying we should go that route, they had pink ladies. I don't know, we must go and Google what the pink ladies did in India.
Does anybody want to Google the pink lady?
I don't know whether you know what pink ladies did.
What do they do?
They were wearing pink saris, they were survivors, and anyone who was abused went to them and they went and fixed the perpetrator.
I don't know, I think we're coming up with good ideas this evening. I don't know about you, it's starting to sound good. Yes, Minister.
One thing, perhaps, Faith, that I forgot, which is very important, and you don't have to come back to me now, is that in dealing with for instance, the experiences of violence on campuses, one of the things that became clearer to us, especially when we were engaging with Forte, just the criminality there, is that actually it strikes one that university campuses and college campuses are communities in the true sense of the word. I mean, Alice campus has got how many? 14,000 students. That's a whole community. In fact, it's bigger than some communities in some respects. That maybe what we also need to do in order to prevent is to build even structures similar to the community policing forums. The UDF days that I was talking about, the reason why there was that efficiency in dealing with problems, we had street committees. So our universities and colleges maybe need to create floor committees that in residences there is a committee on the floor that is looking after safety and security issues. in their totality, because gender-based violence is actually about fighting it in order to create a safe environment and so on. We have established now what we call a national task team. We are in the process of doing that, which will then guide our campuses and institutions on how we deal with this. But unless SRC leaders, for example, take a lead in building these committee structures that are going to look after the safety and security of the institution at every corner, we are not going to win that battle. So also that still remains important in current days, that we understand these institutions as communities and that we need to create structures that will actually prevent such things from happening.
That is very good, and I think that it's good that we're able to get practical with some of the anecdotes for some of the issues that we're being confronted with. And speaking about accountability, because that speaks significantly to collective accountability. But Sylvester, I want to bring it to you. On radio, I often have conversations with men, a lot of times men. And the big conversation amongst men will be, Faith, how do I call out my friend who is abusing the wife if I myself am cheating on my wife? Because we are the holders of our own secrets. So I can't call out Mandla for beating up his wife, because Mandla's going to turn around and look at me and say, Kanti wena, but hold on a second, we were together at that Chisangam. The only difference between you and me is that you went home with somebody else and I went home to beat up my wife. How then do we start holding men accountable to each other? And not so much women holding men accountable, but men holding men accountable to say, I don't care if we're both at the Chisangam, I don't care, but wrong is wrong is wrong is wrong. And I'm calling you out as my brother, as my friend, that this you shall not do. Because unless men don't call each other out, we can speak. But as we're speaking right now, the sad part is about statistics. Somebody else is being abused as you and I are on this podium. So where do we start with the calling each other out?
What does the English say? Birds of the same feather
flock together.
Yeah. May I take a detour and answer you? I ended up with a thought that said, the hardest work is not with the boys, it's with the men. So here's how we conceptualized our model. We said we need mentors for these boys, but we don't need perfect mentors. So I sit in a position here where I do not judge anybody, nothing scares me, nothing is off the table. I've done it, I've seen it. So I thought that would create a safe space for men. But the men who we thought would be mentors to these boys have a hell of a lot of issues. Some from their childhood they haven't dealt with, some currently going through them. Mostly has to do with the home, finances, marital problems. Mostly that's the domain. What are the three things that we talk about as boys when we meet? We talk about women, money somewhere there. We talk about politics, we talk about sport. We never get real as men. On the other hand, I hear women talk, and usually they're deep. And that's why the statistic on the number of men who commit suicide versus women is 4 to 5 times higher. So when my things came out, and my things didn't come out, so here's my breaking point. And the question is, what will be your breaking point? I lost an over 2 million rand contract because of infidelity. And that was my breaking point. Because I thought, I've smoked my career. I don't know how I'm going to rebuild my career. Actually, I'm better off exiting this world. The life covers and so on will pay out, they will be sorted. And I thought I could sanitize my life, that nobody will know the things I used to do. But that was my breaking point. Question is, the other men, what will be their breaking point? I had no choice but to transform. But when my things came out, by association, the men who were my friends got into trouble. Because they said, but you guys are always together on the weekends. So if you guys are together, by inference, it means. We don't call each other out because we are in cahoots doing these things. And as you said, you may be doing this, I may be doing that. But we don't, because we joined in one mind. But here's the truth about that one mind. It's brokenness. We are broken. And we, at times when we are broken, we look for, we all have a vice, in a sense, if I can use that as the metaphor. The vice could be alcohol. In my case, it was women and sex. Somebody else could be drugs. But unless you deal with that issue in here, you're gonna find something to displace the energy. So we don't call each other out because sometimes we're all just broken.
I'm gonna go deeper, and I'm gonna stay with you on this one. How many black African men have been to a therapist? Can I just be real? How many black African men are open to going to a therapist? I'm even hearing as I'm even speaking. Right? Because it starts, healing starts with something.
Yeah.
Right? But if, even as Machita, you speak about, even in the speaking about women and money and politics and sports, you say, Marapra, have you ever seen a therapist? Okay, you see, even the reaction that you're giving me is, who visits a therapist? But
and pay.
And pay to visit a therapist.
Instead of buying
alcohol, you go to a therapist to talk it out. But how do you even start the conversation amongst men to say, in our brokenness, you can't, if you're all broken, if you're all hurt, if you're all injured, you can't be the doctors of your own pain.
No, you can't.
Because you're all hurt.
Yep.
So somebody needs a doctor. And in needing a doctor, you need to be able to find an external force to be that doctor. So when do you have the conversation of, Marapra, if we can all, at least one of us goes to therapy? Because otherwise the brokenness gets perpetuated to your sons, to your grandchildren, to your great-grandchildren, and the cycle doesn't stop.
Yeah.
So to break that generational cycle, when do you guys go to therapy?
I'll answer where I went to therapy. I started seeing a psychologist. I went to see a psychiatrist. I had suffered from chronic depression for many, many, many years. And it was just packing layer onto layer onto layer. Eventually, the cup gets full and just spills over. I then went on to antidepressants in 2019. I only came off the antidepressants in June of this year. So that's been the journey for me. And there's a selfishness to the work that I do with the boys and the men, particularly the boys. It's cathartic for me. That's been part of my healing journey, is by helping others, as Siyabonga said earlier on. That's been my healing journey. It's been very personal. I've tried to invite the men who used to be in one mind with me. Very few have ever taken the invitation. But I also know that because I was ready, forced upon me, doesn't mean that the next person is going to be ready. And that's why I ask the question, what will be somebody else's breaking point? If I didn't desist in 2019, I'd be dead today. I wouldn't be alive today.
And as I appreciate the authenticity, Nolwazi, it's easy to hate men.
Very easy.
It's easy to hop on the hashtag men are trash. Right. It's easy to feed into the social media trends as well. You're young. After what you've experienced, how do you not hate men? What was the thing for you that made you not hate men?
Because I was raised by my dad. My dad set the bar so high. And my dad gave me that unconditional love. So I know there are good men out there because my dad is a good man.
Hashtag men are not trash.
They are, but not my dad.
Not your dad.
Not my dad.
But Raputle also, and on your part as well, having to survive an ordeal like this, it's easy to want to be the perpetrator. Because there's a saying that hurting people hurt others. It's easy to be the perpetrator of the violence because of the violence that you went through. What is the defining point of a human being that makes a decision that says, you may have been the one that treated me like this. You may have been the one that hurt me, but I choose a different path. You may be this, but I choose to be different. How do you get to that level of actualization and mental and physical maturity to decide to be different than those that hurt you?
That's because I understand other people's emotions and feelings. So I wanted to be unique and also love others. Even if you hurt me, I will always still love you. And secondly, if we happen to be in a relationship, both of us, and you go cheating, I will not cheat back. I will just have to move on. I will find a way to heal and also get into umjolo again. Because we all know that umjolo uyanyisa. So, according to my experience, I've been hurt by a lot of guys. But still, I still continue to love them and to show them that I am this way, I'm not that other way. And I will not hate you for what you did to me. I will continue loving you to show you that I am not stupid. Yeah.
Minister Zuma, obviously when it comes to this particular matter, it's also about monitoring and evaluation. And I just see a little bit, before I go to the question, a little bit of moving around right at the back there amongst the young people. Just bring it down and settle it down for a little bit so that we can still bring respect to the conversation that is currently taking place. I don't mind them moving around if you need to go to the bathroom or you need a comfort break, but just please keep it down. Thank you. A lot of times when we have initiatives, what lacks is the monitoring and evaluation of effectiveness. The policies will be great, but the enforcement and subsequent monitoring and evaluation will lag behind. From a governance perspective, how do we need to, and what do we need to implement to tighten the screws on monitoring and evaluation so that it doesn't become a waste of speech, a waste of time, a waste of energy, and we can actually see translative and sustainable change throughout generations? Where do we lack in the screws just so that we can tighten the bolts where monitoring and evaluation are concerned?
Well, maybe he'll speak more about monitoring and evaluation. I want to go back to this conversation because I think somehow men do not have an outlet for their problems. Women, they say we gossip, but we don't gossip. We talk about our problems and try and help each other to find solutions. But as he says, men will talk politics and sports and whatever, and about us, but not talk about problems that they are facing. Because you can find, sometimes you can find solutions from discussing with other people. They can help you. You learn from them, they learn from you. But it starts with boys, as was said earlier, ukuthi abakhali, abacomplaini, bafela ngaphakathi. I think we need to really take that culture out of our system. They are human. What hurts, hurts. If they need to cry, they must cry. It doesn't make them weak by talking about a problem they are facing. I know it's something in our culture that has been said. In KwaZulu kuthiwa indoda ifela ngaphakathi njengebutho laShaka. No, ayingafeli ngaphakathi ngoba either mayifela ngaphakathi igcina izibulele noma ibulela umuntu. So I think somehow we need to find a way to break that mold of men not talk. Even if they don't want to talk to women, they can talk amongst themselves and share their problems and not judge each other ukuthi mawune problem nje is because we are weak or whatever, but share. Because sometimes a problem, just when you have talked about it, you feel better. But when you pile it inside, it just makes, sometimes it makes you even sick. Sometimes issues goes to tissues and you end up being ill. So I just want us to find a way to help men to be able to talk about issues that are a problem to them, so that they don't end up committing suicide, so that they don't end up maybe killing somebody or beating up somebody. Usekhiphela ama problems lawa fela ngaphakathi komunye umuntu. So I don't know where we'll have that conversation, but I'm just wanting to register that that conversation needs to take place. And it won't be an event, it has to be a process.
You know, Minister, I'm also going to give you an opportunity to, especially on monitoring and evaluation of effectiveness, but as you, Minister Zuma, was speaking about how we need to have those spaces of safety for men to be men, it got me thinking as a young woman that maybe it also starts, ladies, ladies, wave your hands. Hi, hi. Maybe also with us ladies, it starts off by us not seeing men as just providers and not seeing men with as just the purse or the wallet. Maybe it's also the language that we impose amongst ourselves and our friends when we speak. Maybe, and it was somebody that said it so beautifully earlier on, that the indoda must, indoda must drive a Ferrari. Girl, drive a Ferrari first. You know, indoda must have a car, indoda must pick, okay, but get a driver's license first, see. And maybe, and I'm just taking it as you were speaking, Minister, that it's collective responsibility and shared responsibility. That if we are to be collective in this, I have to raise my hand up as a young woman and say, me and my counterparts need to change too. The way that we view men, because by us looking at them in a particular way, we stop them from being more than that. And I love what you were saying. And Minister, also on, because you have to bring it home, we have to make sure that this thing works on monitoring and evaluation. How do we do it?
Okay, no, thanks very much, Faith. Maybe before I come to that very quickly, I think that what the minister is saying about women come together, you know, I notice if you go to a restaurant on a weekend, you are likely to find young women having booked a table. It's a baby shower. It's a birthday party. You know, by the way, there are even jokes now about baby showers. Ukuthi umthembu stood up emhlanganweni engekho amanzi elokishini. Wathi hayi mina into ezosilungisela amanzi ngiyabona amanzi aqedwa yila ama baby shower amaningi. So, but you hardly ever see young men. I'm yet not to see going into a restaurant when you find people sitting. It's young women. Surely they talk about those things. So it's something that's important then, Auntie, that we are saying. Also, the second thing that well, let me say this. You need policies. They are very important. We are proud that as the Department of Higher Education and Training, we've got a policy framework to fight GBV and for gender equality, by the way. Because even the fight against GBV, as you say, starts with the struggle for gender equality. So, of course, we've got to wage them at the same time. So you do need to have policy. And all our institutions, we have said to them, they must translate this national policy framework to their own institutional policies. Well, we have got ways and means of evaluating that. We get reports. Sometimes some reports are not very truthful, but we insist on reports, that there must be reports on this. I think maybe also sometimes the other way of better monitoring and evaluation is through money that you give, what we call it, ring-fenced funds. For instance, as I was talking now saying, we need every student at a university or college to go through a module on gender equality, fight against gender-based violence. Maybe what we need to do, I was thinking, my TTG, Marcia, and my other TTGs are here, is that we need to set aside money for those programs to be offered. And we say to them, you are not going to use this money for anything else other than to actually do this. It also helps in monitoring and evaluation. Although Andrew Amla, having been Minister of COGTA, will tell you another experience about ring-fenced funds, you know. Sometimes they just get spent and they say, Minister, what were you expecting us to do? You want us to spend our money there, but the water pipe had burst there, so we took that money there, even if that is not the case. So also budgeting is a tool to budget and assign on how. But we do have, and we do have as government, by the way, beautiful monitoring and evaluation policies. But also the problem becomes properly implementing them. Because those who are against those policies, they do everything to try and undermine monitoring and evaluation. That's one of the biggest challenges that we actually have as government. But also at institutional level, you do need strong management committed to what we have agreed upon. They are a very critical component. Usually your better functioning institutions, they've got very good, strong principals, for instance, a college, who are actually able to deal with this. That is also very important. The issue of mainstreaming is also a very important component because it gives you a tool of monitoring. Have we mainstreamed this to be part of all of our system? Research is very important. That's why in this campaign, upfront, we've placed research upfront. That's actually going to be very important. Because also research can help you to know whether things are happening or not. So it also becomes one of the tools that we actually need to use in order to be able to deal with this. The last point I want to make is this idea, you know, I've been saying to Professor Aluwale, let's not frame this project around fighting toxic masculinities because it's negative. Let's put it slightly positive by using the UNISA, thinking about UNISA now. The UNESCO, they are nearly the same, and the UNESCO framing of transforming mentalities is a bit positive, you know, and so on, rather than, but we must not run away from the issue of fighting toxic masculinities. You know, one of the people I'm reading his books is Professor Malus Langa at Wits, who did a very interesting study. Well, as a psychologist myself, I love it. He studied these boys from age 14 until they were 28. He was following them. They are from Alex, just one township. He followed them from age 14 as they grew up, and he gave them cameras and said, whenever you feel you want to take a photo of something, just take it. Use those photos to understand, to try and understand their personalities, for instance. Now, at the end, a few of them came out having been educated, responsible, but others went to prison, others just stayed at home doing nothing, and so on. Now, what I find helpful there is that we can then, through such research, begin to identify what is it that leads to certain boys and men in the same environment to behave differently. Is it family dynamics? Is it because some of them have got side friends, even if you are growing together as friends, and all those things? Myself, I always, when I read Malusilanga, I think about Dambuza. I don't know how I survived Dambuza, Aunt. Because it was fashionable to leave school at standard 6 if you are a boy. If you go beyond standard 6, you are a muhu. People used to go to town to pickpocket. I came close, but I wasn't brave enough. At least what I could do is that our expert pickpocketer will just point at a bag and say, go to that one, you know, it would be an easy pick, you know, and so on. But we then have to study this issue of toxic versus positive masculinities. What is it that actually leads to boys in the same environment to be different to other boys, growing together and so on? That will also be a very important part of research, I suppose, to actually try and deal with this. My mother also, of course, was a big factor because even if I would go and try and hide somewhere, somehow she had a way, intelligence, I don't know that I didn't go to school. I don't know how she did that. But she actually did it, that I had to actually go to school. So that's also something I thought I needed to say.
Just maybe to add on this monitoring and evaluation. You know, sometimes the way we monitor and evaluate, we tick boxes and everything seems okay, but the impact on the ground is not there. And I think we need, in our evaluation and monitoring, to concentrate more on the impact than on whether the boxes were ticked.
Absolutely correct. You know, we could spend extensive time on this, but time is not on our side. But I have to thank you because we're going to move on to the next part of the reading of and the submitting of the declaration, which will be done by Minister Blade Nzimande, as well as the way forward, which of course Professor Alwali, as well as UDG will be overseeing with that. But may I just say that as we close this particular session, first of all, won't you just give our guests, just our panelists, for their authenticity, for their amazing story shared, for the way that they handle this. May I just say to you, three of you specifically, that the reason why we are here today, if we did not hear anything, I hope we heard your stories. And that because we were here today to hear your story, enough was done within us to change the way that we view ourselves. And I thank you for the authenticity, but I thank you beyond everything else. To you, Sylvester, to you, Nolwazi, to you, Rapotle, thank you for surviving. Because you survived, you could liberate someone else today. So do not take your survival for granted. Someone else is about to survive because of your survival. So I do thank you so much. I do thank you, ministers, as well, for your time and for sharing. I know this is a conversation, but for sharing in this authentic manner. I know it's not going to be the last time that we certainly do. So I'm going to hand it over to my counterpart, our DG. As, of course, Minister, we also go into the reading of and the submission of the declaration. Our guests as well, our panelists, thank you so much. You may make your way down and get on mic. Please give them a round of applause as they come down as well.
We'll sort it out now, Minister. uzohamba nawo Ishmael, yes. Yes, yes. You're going to take the minister for the interviews again? Okay. Yes, Minister. Professor Ramnik, we're ready with the declaration, which we will ask the Minister to read. And Minister, again, my sincere apologies for spoiling Faith this wonderful conversation. I'm always deployed to spoil because they say I'm leaving the public service soon, so if I spoil, I'm on my way in any case. So I sincerely apologize for having done this, but there are other interviews lined up for the minister, so we just wanted to rejig the program a little bit. So the plan now is for the minister to read the declaration as a commitment of all the things that have been said, and then after that he will go for some interviews, and then we'll have two short items after that. If you could please stay. One, we want to play a very short video. We'll do the summary, where to go from here, and then the vote of thanks. So please, we are almost there. If you could please bear with us. So may I then invite the minister to read the declaration, Minister.
Okay. Thanks, DG. You were right, although you apologized privately, to me about these things, the height of these things. They are a challenge to other people who shall remain unnamed. I must protest, DG, because it looks like these days things are made for tall people. Don't call us short. We are not so tall. That's what you should call us. Because even in other places where men do not want me to talk about, you go to the bathroom these days, this thing, the height is up here. You must behave like a little boy when you used to do that inverted U, So we must start a campaign, some of us now. Professor Khater, a campaign for people who are not so tall, to have user-friendly environment. All right, here's the declaration. Men and boys call to action and way forward. As men and boys, we embrace our role and responsibility in advancing gender equality and nurturing social justice. As we commit ourselves to the following actions, we also will create space for the conversations we need to have, for the time that we need to reflect on our feelings and the changes we must make. Now, the declaration has got 5 key calls, but each of those calls have got sub-sections. So I'm not going to read the subsections because of time, but the declaration will be circulated to everybody, if that's okay. Right, the first call is challenge harmful gender norms and attitudes. We commit to challenging harmful and entrenched gender norms, damaging stereotypes and attitudes, perpetuating inequality, discrimination and violence against women and girls. We believe that traits such as domination, lack of emotion, and sexual aggression must be challenged. Public education is critical to enable us to make changes. That's the first call, and underneath it there is human rights promotion, promote positive masculinity by way of example, and hold peers to account. That's part of the first call. The second call, embrace responsible and active fatherhood and caregiving. We embrace caregiving, parenting, and equitable sharing of domestic work, household tasks, and responsibilities at home. We will foster an environment in the home where children internalize the principles of gender equality and values of nonviolence from an early age. Then, underneath that, we talk about preventing gender-based violence. Call number 3 is consent. We will understand and practice consent, ensuring that all sexual activity we engage in will be between consenting adults. And underneath that, we support gender equality and foster equitable relationships. Call number 4, promote inclusive education. We vow to oppose gender stereotypes within education, championing schools and educational spaces that cultivate inclusive and respectful learning environments for every student. And underneath that, we'll advocate for policy transformation and also initiate honest dialogues. Those are explained as well underneath. The 5th and last call, collaborate and amplify. Our resolve is to collaborate with organizations, activists, and movements dedicated to gender equality. Harnessing collective strength is more likely to engender change. And actions under that is health and reproductive rights, awareness initiatives, and participation in women's programs. That is our declaration with the 5 calls. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Minister. So what I'll do is I'll try and reflect on the day from my perspective. So if I'm wrong, it's okay because it's from my perspective. So just the context of today is that there is this campaign that we are starting as the first leg of our being here today. And then there's a second leg, which is the work that the HSRC and others would do, which is to do research to understand a range of things. And then the third thing that we will continue to do is how do we learn from others that are embarking on a similar journey. And we had an exciting video from ADG Ramos sharing with us some of the work that is happening in Morocco as well as in India. So we'll keep drawing on that work. One of the things, Professor Sarah Moswetsa, that I'd like to remind you of as you embark on the research that you'll be doing, you told me that even initially you've already identified certain areas of hotspots where the GBV is higher than in the other areas. So we would be working, I sincerely apologize, Professor Moswetsa, because we will continue to work with the NPDO, which you are familiar with during the COVID times. I know you don't like it because we tend to have meetings on Sunday evening. We won't have them on Sunday evening today, sorry, as we go forward. But I think we will overlay that data with other data sources in order to, at the next meeting, to give a picture. I was speaking to Professor Ramnik, where we talked about the data he has. Where is the highest intensity of GBV, in the provinces or in the universities? And why is that the case? We can overlay that with the data, as you know, that we do with the population research notes that we have in order to get a better picture of this. So that's the work that we will continue to do forward. From the DSI perspective as well, working with the DHET Higher Health, is that we have a decadal plan that has identified the future of society as one of the areas that as society we need to understand. So GBV is one of the areas that have been identified. The others which the minister keeps reminding us of is, why is it that we like charismatic churches, where we pay for the water for those who want to get married, and the water for those who want boyfriends, and the water for those, it says, what is it about the South African society? So we will also try and make sure that this work fit in that bigger picture. And then on the PSET, we are really excited about the fact that the ministers have told us that, yes, we know all the challenges from the policies, the not so good implementation that was shared with us by Professor Ramnik and the examples that we had, but we are also asked to be change agents. Collectively here, we have to go out and play a positive role from what we had this morning from the first two panels. I will not try and summarize that. We also then need to think on other policies that we need to start implementing and thinking about. We've already heard from Minister Zuma some concrete proposals to deepen the implementation, such as ward committees, what we could have in the institutions of higher learning, and so forth and so forth. And then the last point that I had today is that we should remember that as a PSET, even though today I think we are a PSET community, we are part of the society, and some of the challenges that we have go beyond the PSET sector. So how do we draw on those sectors that are outside? We had, for instance, the role of the police, the role of the parents, and even the suggestion that perhaps during the 16 days of activism, maybe we should be having something similar to this for parents. So we will package all of this with the team that we're working with, DG Sishi, CEO Ramnik, Sarah, and the rest of the team that has been working with us behind the scenes to make sure then that we prepare all of you for the next meeting, which we hope we will have very, very soon. So that was my summary. If I've left anything else during tea break, please come to me and then we will add them in my list. But you've been a great audience. I'd now like to hand over to Professor Ramnik to take us on the way forward.
I think everyone is very tired, so it's not fair for me to take too long. I only have one slide, which I populated while we were engaging and we were listening to everyone. And the way forward will be a consultative process. The journey from here starts to come to every institution. To CETAs, Elaine, I really like that these protocols that we advocate be part of the CETAs also. Engage every CET college, university, and TVET and find a joint collaborative way forward, you know. But there is something that we wanted to propose. I don't know whether the slide moves. This is the only one. I think higher health does very well with all our institutions, and all our institutions do very well in developing peer educators. This is how we fought HIV and AIDS epidemic. We actually, if higher education did very well in COVID, which I think I'm very proud of how we survived COVID, was because of these foot soldiers. Students who were HIV positive went out and engaged others about what it is to live being HIV positive. It changed the mindset, and the world changed for us. We are pledging that we should look at least 5,000 of our foot soldiers be men and reforming men, and transforming men. So we call on with all institutions, and I think I appreciate what the minister said. Funding is the best way. And Higher Health promises to start another grant for all our institutions on building transforming mentality program, or specifically on GBV. We have done very well on HIV. We're going to move quickly into the space of gender-based violence. And one of the targets we will achieve is about how do we build more men peer educators. So Vice Chancellor at University of Zululand, we're very proud of the 150 foot soldiers in UniZulu. But let's see how 75 of them will take up the action on men as peer educators. Our next one is, we are now working with QCTO to change our qualification to have a sub-module on transforming mentality as part of the gender equality program, gender equality or gender-based violence module, the gender studies. Now, the credits will increase, which means transforming mentality will have its own credits if you do the sub-module. I agree with the minister and I fully echo that we are coming to every institution to say every student must do civic education. It's a co-curriculum. You can do it even in the evening. You can finish this. Minister is very liberal saying 6 months. We have people who have just finished in 2 months. It's more about doing with others. It's that each one teach 10. So you reach 10 people, you finish your curriculum because the practicals make you teach better. So we are going to put transforming mentality as part of the curriculum, which is going to be with every student. We want more webinars and events to promote the GBV policy framework, the men initiatives and boy initiatives, and other organizations involved to work with us. So this does not start, this starts here, but we're very happy that in 2 days, 3 days, one of our leading university will be doing a men's summit. And that is exactly what we want to do. We want to go further into every TVET college and every campus level. So we call on campus managers, rectors, and vice chancellors to please help us in this. We want to partner with UNESCO, and we are partnering with UNESCO. We're going to try to make South Africa be a center for excellence for Global South. We're not going to leave till we make this happen. And this is where South Africa should lead in transforming mentality. We have the systems, we have the controls. We need to prove the world that we are a changing society. So it starts from us, and we take this pledge. Our first things first, all the wellness days that are celebrated in every campus. You know, medical aids are there for the rich and specifically for the employees. But for our students, for our service staff who are not on medical aid, it's first things first, which means the services. We pledge that services on men now come part of the first things first. I'm going to make it. We are partnering Department of Social Development, SAPS, NPA, and DOH with all the provincial MOUs to make sure this happens to our campaign and our programs. Training manuals and skills programs for Camprosa, for campus security, for residences, for wardens. Yes, we have released the protocols, but the training now starts, and training starts on transforming mentalities with them. We need our service staff, we need support staff, we need student affairs. Jerome and team, thank you for helping us to build systems and controls now. And most importantly, South and Satwetsa, thank you to the SRCs that we need to work very closely with you. Introduce transforming mentality as a core mandate for all our campus radios at our 21 radio stations. Radio stations must talk. You know, when faith speaks, people listen. So we want you to keep engaging transforming mentalities. And Faith, we have about 200 radio journalists in higher health, in the post-school education, whether we're talking about Voice of Wits, Tux FM, Capricorn FM, Rhodes FM, UCT FM, they are our biggest channels. And these radio journalists, higher health trains them and capacitates them. Transforming mentality will be one of the core curriculum in training our radio journalists. So we want, Faith, you to lead that project when I will discuss this with you. Our protocol on drugs and alcohol, and I'm very proud that Professor Sabeko is here. Professor Goodman Sabeko is one of our leading professor in alcohol, substances and abuse. He's helping us put systems and controls on not saying zero alcohol or drugs. We can't do that. We're talking to adults. But what we call it as disciplined drinking, or there's nothing called discipline, but we have to control the culture of alcohol and abuse so that our residences are safe. Our data is very clear. 65% of every GBV in our post-school education is preceded by drugs and alcohol. So thank you, Professor Sabeko. We're looking forward to this protocol. We are also calling on a protocol on transforming mentality. Can we put this together as a consensus together? Code of ethics, social compact by every vice chancellor, led by male leaders in our institutions, as well as our SRCs, to sign this agreement. Can this be a culture in our system? Lastly, but not the least, M&E. We are developing an M&E framework with the Department of Higher Education. Nolwazi will echo what I'm saying, because this is something we have discussed very, very robustly into it. This M&E will put accountability for every institution We are saying to the chair of councils which are here, put it as a KPA to your vice chancellors and principals and CEOs. CEOs and vice chancellors, put this KPA to your DVCs, deans, and others, so that everybody takes accountability together, starts from the top. My boss must do this to me too, in reality. So this is what we are going to go. And M&E framework starts right from the top. Reporting is critical. We are very proud that we could say, as much as it's heartening, it's very deep to say 12,000 young women reported GBV to higher health in the last 2 years. Is the worst information one should be hearing. But I'm very happy that the statistics we know that says 1 in 3 women suffer from GBV, and then we only have 100 people reporting GBV. This is a misnomer, which means people are now being empowered and they want to report. So I think reporting needs to be more synchronized and be possible. If HIV positive people can come out and say, we live with HIV, a survivor can openly live and say, I am a survivor. So we will go deep and we will continue. It's not the end of the list. It's just the beginning. And what we start now is provincial discussions, institutional discussions, and the journey starts from here on. Thank you very much.
So may we invite Professor Sarah Moswetsa and Faith to do the final words. And it is befitting that both of them, and I won't come after this, are women. So you, Sarah first, and then Faith.
I was listening to our youth in the room, and I won't repeat. I think for my generation, we always start with igama lamakhosikazi, alibongwe. Mine is an easy one this afternoon. I thought that the day was not going to come. It's here and it has been a resounding success, and I want to thank our distinguished leaders, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, everyone at the back and at the front for leading the successful and significant inaugural summit. I stand before you to convey our collective heartfelt gratitude for your unwavering support, particularly today, but as the days were leading up to today. Your active participation has been nothing short than, for me, a great success and a humbling one. Our deepest appreciation goes to our honorable ministers, Dr. Dlamini Zuma, and our very own Dr. Nzimande, who I'm hoping that as we conclude, he's going to say his visionary idea of this inaugural summit has come to fruition, and indeed much work, as our DG has reminded us, much work is still required. And let me also thank our Director General, Dr. Sishi, and Dr. Mjwacha is not joking about Sunday afternoon, evening meetings, and I know that he's going to keep us accountable in making sure that before the end of the year we come back to this platform and report back. And make no mistake, he keeps his word, and he also makes sure that we do what we need to do. As I tremble as I read that, knowing that much work is going to be done, and I know that also our DDGs are going to make sure that it happens, with the many phone calls that I know I'm going to be receiving from DDG Imran Patel, as he keeps me also honest at all material times. Let me also indeed extend our appreciation to all DGs and in both departments, our stakeholders who come from various sectors, in particular our students, our learners, and the leadership collective, for making sure that the objectives of this summit
were realized, and much work still needs to be done. Delegates from various sectors, especially this within our higher education sector, and I know that it is always a risk to mention one person and not mention many others. I want to particularly pay a special tribute to our Vice Chancellor from the University of Zululand. She's here, she's been here the whole day. We appreciate you, we see you from all the challenges that you are grappling with at the university, very far from our special province. You were with us, and we appreciate you, we applaud you, and many other leaders in the room, we see you. Again, I've said this in the morning, I want to emphasize, I want to extend our sincere and my personal sincere gratitude to the organizing committee, to particularly Professor Ramnik. Your team, you have worked tirelessly and seamlessly in executing this summit. It has been an honor and a pleasure to work next to you, besides you, and I have more to learn, and I have found respect for the work that you do at Higher Health with the colleagues. I also want to thank the Office of the Minister, with all the advisors and everyone there, who all individuals who've held us accountable and making sure that we do what the Minister wanted us to do with this very important project. Our gratitude also extends to the speakers, to the panelists who bravely shared their experiences and their expertise. At some point there were tears, and I know that those tears were not tears of victimhood, those were tears of strength, as we have all are overcoming the many traumas that we are all experiencing in the country in different ways. And indeed, not all men are abusers, but where we have erred, we rectify our steps, and we come here to motivate others not to do the same things of Chisanyama, and Chisanyama becomes a revolutionary space. To our Master of Ceremonies, Faith. Thank you for holding the conversations together. Thank you for always honoring these invitations, especially of difficult conversations. Thank you for your professionalism, and thank you for always staying humble to doing the right thing for our country. To the media who've supported us, who always want particular media, who always want to champion the right message for our country, and that not everything is about entertainment and jiving and chisanyamas, but about the correct messages that need to take our country forward as we consolidate our democracy. Most importantly, I want to thank all the workers in this room who are outside, who have made sure that this event is possible, that the desk that you are sitting and the chair that you are sitting is clean and is proper, and to them we say amandla. Lastly, as I said this morning, for us and for me particularly, it was about learning and pausing and identifying areas of collaboration. I want to urge all of us to continue with learning, with the collaboration, as we forge ahead and drive positive change in our respective sectors, and indeed in our country that we love very much, uMzansi. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. And we've come to the part of the program where we get to start all over again. I'm joking, kidding. We've come to the part of the program, ladies and gentlemen, where we really have reached this conclusion. But I think more than anything else, we're able to share some ideas, some minds, and I think more than anything else, a commitment to seeing South Africa a better place, if not for ourselves, then for the generation to come. So I thank you all for engaging with us this afternoon. Thank you for staying attuned from the morning. Just a reminder for you that, especially members of the media, if you would like to take interviews, please head on over to the marquee with SAFM marked on it. That's where a lot of the interviews are taking place. If you would like to speak to some of our delegates or even some of our speakers, we've made a way for you to be able to engage likewise. Ladies and gentlemen, It's been an absolute honor, a true honor to serve you today. And it's an honor simply because you're an amazing generation, you're amazing people, and I thank you so much for just staying to the cause. And men, you are the best that this country has. And I hope we honor you, and I hope we cherish you, and I hope we do likewise. Thank you once again. Have a safe journey home until we meet again. God bless you.
It's very important that as a sector we play a very crucial role to mobilize all the men in our sector, especially the young men, the students in particular. We need to reach out wherever men and young boys are. Whether it's in school or in sports, nasentabeni, is it progressive what you tell them, or is it reinforcing masculinity?
Transforming mentality is just not a summit. It's a call for action. It's a call for change. Please join us at Birchwood on the 29th of August, 2023, to the Transforming Mentality Summit. The Transforming Mentality Summit is a start of a new change in society, is a vision of our Honorable Minister, Dr. Blade Nzimande. It's his call of action where we would like men to transform, a vision to bring men to introspect, to realize if they are one of the big reasons of gender-based violence, then they need to be part of the solution to end gender-based violence. So we call on men to come and be part of the change. Transforming mentality is just not a summit. It's a call for action. It's a call for change. Please join us at Birchwood on the 29th of August, 2023, to the Transforming Mentality Summit.
I'm so pleased today to be officially launching the Department of Higher Education and Training Civic Education and Health Skills Program, which is a momentous day for the advancement of education here in South Africa and across the entire African continent. This program is one of its kind in the world. It's going to be offered in all the 12 official languages. It's going to contribute to voter education, but much more importantly, to civic responsibilities and responsible citizens. Another important element of this core curriculum is to address the issue of gender-based violence. So this course, I have no doubt, is going to contribute in developing the kind of consciousness that we need. As a citizen, what are your responsibilities? What's your contribution to society, apart from asking, what can the country actually do for you? We don't have enough social workers. We don't have enough psychologists, medical practitioners, psychiatrists. But what this program is doing is that it's bridging a very important gap in helping our communities out of distress. Let us be each other's helpers even before we find professional help.
Education is empowerment, and the best way one can do is through education. We come up with the first of its kind in Africa, probably globally, to come up with a qualification which is accredited, quality assured on civic education. It teaches civic education, building a good citizen. It talks about stigmatized problems in our human society, mental health, gender-based violence, HIV, sexual reproductive health. It talks about drugs and alcohol addiction and how deep it is. We need to ensure our youth is resilient, is strong to face the future world, the changing world. And for that, human sentiments are very critical. Human values are very critical. This curriculum is the first in an African continent, in the global world, that is built on 12 languages, including the sign language. The vision is every South African citizen should do civic education curriculum. It's a very easy qualification. It's built on a basic literacy level. You can be in a CET college just at an NQF level 1 or 2. You do not need to be matric, and you can join this curriculum and go straight to NQF level 5 through community engagement. Learning in your own language that you're confident. Every employer is looking for good citizen with good attitude, because that's how a country will grow, a business will grow, an economy will grow, a family will grow. So this curriculum is for everyone.
Welcome to the Higher Health Civic and Health Peer Education Skills Program. This online course equips you with essential skills in peer education. Accredited and flexible, it can be completed in an academic year or just 6 months. NQF Level 5, 30 credits, and 300 notional hours await you. With 6 comprehensive modules and interactive online learning, this course is inclusive for all PSET students and lecturers. Dive into civic engagement and peer education. Tackle gender-based violence and equality. Explore mental health challenges. Promote disability understanding. Prevent communicable diseases. And address alcohol and substance abuse while building resilience. Coming soon. Module 7 focuses on climate change, indigenous knowledge, and environmental health. Assess your progress with practical interactions, group projects, risk assessments, module tests, an online examination, and a final integrated summative assessment task. All you need is an email address, a device with internet connectivity, and data to access the course. Enroll in the Higher Health Civic and Health Peer Education Skills Program and empower communities, promote health, and create a brighter future. Together, we'll make a difference.
Welcome to Transforming Mentalities, Breaking Gender Barriers and Promoting Equality. Today, we explore how men and boys are reshaping societal norms to create a world of equality. Including men and boys in the fight against gender-based violence is crucial. They are not only the problem, but an integral part of the solution. It's time for you to have your say. Join a discussion forum and share your thoughts. A groundbreaking report titled Transforming Mentalities, Gender Equality and Masculinities in India sheds light on the transformative power of gender equality. Taking inspiration from the UNESCO initiative, South Africa's Minister Nzimande is leading the launch of the Transforming Mentality program, tailored to the South African context with a specific focus on the PSET sector. This program aims to address toxic masculinity, gender inequality, and women's emancipation. Minister Nzimande emphasizes that gender equality, women's emancipation, and the fight against gender-based violence and femicide cannot be won without the support of boys and men. It is essential to work with men and boys in all communities to reshape harmful stereotypes and pave the way for a safer and more equal future. Toxic masculinity perpetuates harmful norms and behaviors. Men and boys can counter it by developing empathy, compassion, and healthy relationships based on respect and consent. By mobilizing men and boys, we can create a future free from biases, violence, and discrimination. Join the conversation, challenge harmful norms, and support the Transforming Mentalities program. Mobilizing men and boys to champion a world free of biases, stereotypes, violence, and discrimination is the ultimate goal of the Transforming Mentalities initiative in the PSET sector. This collective effort makes a significant contribution towards achieving gender equality. Join us and be the change. Together, we can create a future where everyone can live in safety and respect.
Depression is a common but serious illness that affects millions of people worldwide. It is essential to recognize the signs and symptoms of depression and seek help if needed. Left untreated, depression can have severe consequences, including the risk of suicide. Depression is often caused by a combination of factors, leading to a chemical imbalance in our brains. This imbalance affects our mood, thoughts, and overall well-being. When experiencing depression, everyday tasks can become incredibly challenging. If you or someone you know is struggling with depression, you may notice several common signs and symptoms. These symptoms may include lack of interest and pleasure in daily activities, unexplained weight loss or gain, sleep disturbances, either insomnia or excessive sleeping, persistent lack of energy or fatigue, difficulty concentrating and maintaining focus, feelings of worthlessness and guilt, recurring thoughts of death or suicide. Remember, the symptoms of depression can vary from person to person, but it's crucial to pay attention to any persistent changes in mood, behavior, or overall well-being. If you or someone you know is experiencing these symptoms, it's essential to seek professional help. There are various effective treatments available, including therapy and medication, that can help manage and alleviate depression. Additionally, there are self-care strategies that can complement professional treatment. These may include regular exercise, engaging in activities you enjoy, practicing relaxation techniques, and building a strong support network of friends and family. Remember, you are not alone in your battle against depression. Reach out for help, and together, we can overcome the challenges and find hope for a brighter future. If you or someone you know is in crisis, please reach out to a helpline or mental health professional. Please call the Higher Health 24-hour crisis helpline 0800 363636.